Well, we've returned. We are back. There we go. We're back. We're back and we get to continue Iba's route, which we're almost at the end of chapter 3. Let's go. Hey, phone, I would like it if the guide was not on its side. Alright. May 1866. A year had passed since we'd moved to the Nishihonwanji temple, and I'd become quite accustomed to my life here. Ever since the incident with Takeda questioning me aggressively, Iba would occasionally visit the compounds. I'm inclined to think he visits us because he's trying to watch out for me. But he also had a long-lasting relationship with the captains of the Shinsengumi since their days back in Shie Hall. Iba's approachable and warm demeanor made it easy for the other warriors to warm up to him and hold him in high regards. However, Takeda, for obvious reasons, still didn't seem fond of Iba. When is he ever fond of anybody? During one of his aforementioned visits...
いいですよ。遠慮なくどこからでも打ち込んできてください。それでは失礼します。でやー！一本！次！
Iba had visited while the men were conducting a training session. And Iba, being the skilled master he was, took part in some of the training exercises. His swordsmanship was so superb, as good as if not better than some of the captains, that I couldn't help but be impressed.
そろそろ大使たちが一巡した頃だな。今日はこの辺にしておくか。
え、もう終わりにしちまうのか？せっかくだからもう少し八郎の剣筋を見てんだけどな。
稽古の目的は大使たちの剣技を磨くためであって、あんたの目を楽しませるためではない。己の本分を忘れるな。
まあ、しゃあねえか。そんじゃお前ら、後片付け始め。
Nagakura began gesturing his orders to the warriors to wrap up their session.
ちょっと待って。せっかくの機会だから、僕とも手合わせしてくれないかな。
Okita! You're supposed to be in bed, sir. Okita suddenly appeared from the building. He walked in, sword in hand, ready to fight. Okita had curled his lips, smirking in a haughty fashion as he offered a sword to Iba.
もちろん、自信がないんなら、無理にとは言わないけど。
Iba didn't even flinch or react to his offer.
いえ、せっかくのお誘いですから、お付き合いします。よろしくお願いしますね、沖田くん。
Okita grinned in response.
まさかこんな面白そうな試合を見られるとはな。やっぱ日頃の行いと賜物か。
て
たく嬉しそうな顔しやがって。
掃除に八郎か。どっちが勝つんだろうな。新選組としちゃやっぱ掃除に勝ってほしいとこだけど。
おしゃべりしてないで誰か審判してよ。いつまで経っても始められないじゃない。
俺がやるよ。そんじゃ始め。
As soon as Heisuke mentioned the match to start, a whole area fell silent. Both men were enveloped in a fierce aura, and all of us watching stood idly by, unable to move. The bai was tensely still. Neither man dropped their guard, making it difficult for either to strike. Just then, Okita lowered his sword ever so slightly. In the next moment, Iba thrusted forwards rapidly and he swung towards Okita. What is this music? Why? But Okita read Iba's body movements, anticipating the strike, and deflected Iba's sword. Okita watched as Iba's stance had faltered, and Okita moved in to jab with his sword. Iba saw through the first strike, parrying Okita's blade with a horizontal block. However, Okita unleashed a flurry of swings. As his blade danced wildly towards Iba, Okita's swift attacks were hard to follow in real time. It was almost impossible to believe that such techniques were being performed by a human. I could barely keep up. Saito-san, who do you think is going to win this match? I turned to Saito, who was sitting beside me, and he responded at first with a small nod.
掃除の腕前はあんたも知っての通りだ。だが八郎も江戸四大道場と謳われる連武館の跡取りで、家持公の護衛を務めるほどの尋常ならざる剣技の持ち主。二人は司衛官時代にも幾度か剣を交えているが、当時から腕前はほぼ互角だった。
So, does that mean you don't know who's going to win?
いや、勝敗は決まっている。
Huh? Just as I had asked that. Iba's sword was parried and he dropped to his knees.
一本。
As Heisuke declared the game over, Iba sighed in acceptance of his defeat.
僕の負けですね。
ま、相手が掃除だってことを考えると十分前線してたと思うぜ。
そうそう、いい勝負だったじゃねえか。掃除だって危ねえ場面が何度かあったもんな。
それは否定しないよ。でも
Okita's cold gaze beamed towards Iba as he stood over him.
これなら何十回やっても僕が勝つけどね。
Iba's brows furrowed slightly. Ooh. Coming from Okita? Oy.
それはどういう意味ですか、沖田君。
もしかして言われなきゃわからない？君って剣に関してはそれなりに勘が働くと思ってたんだけど。
Okita sneered before making his next remark.
君の剣は軽いんだよ。
Oof. Okita's tone revealed his disinterest, and he shrugged before dismissing himself from the room. What room? We are outside! You can only train outside! Iwa stood up straight, and he shot an intense glare in the direction of the departing Okita.
僕の剣が軽い。
Okita's words seemed like they stung Iba deeply.
さて、次は誰の番だ？佐野、言っとくか？
俺じゃ獲物が違うだろうが。
よし、じゃあ俺が。
Just when it looked like Heisuke was about to volunteer himself.
待った。
Oh! This is gonna be something, isn't it? As we looked towards the direction into which Okita left, Takeda walked in.
手合わせというのなら私にやらせてはもらえないか。音に聞く伊庭の古典具の腕前をぜひこの目で確かめさせていただきたい。
Takeda. What is he trying to pull? I wasn't the only one who sensed something was off, as the captains looked bewildered by his entrance.
いえ、僕は。おや、私ごとき小物と剣を交えるのは時間の無駄だとでもおっしゃるのですかな。
He says small fry, but damn, he's massive.
さすが家持公の護衛を務める方だけあって気ぐらいが高くていらっしゃる。
おい、武田さん。
As Harada was about to step in,
普段手合わせすることがない相手と打ち合ういい機会だと思ったのだが、打ち合ったことがない相手なら他にもいるからな。
as he said that, Takeda glared towards me. Oh! He wants to match with me? I stood there, puzzled by his suggestion, and Eva stepped forward. Takeda knows what buttons to push, is what we're saying.
いいでしょう。僕が相手になります。
では俺が立ち会い人を務めよう。
I started to volunteer to referee the match. Eva and Takeda stood to face each other.
それでは始め。
As Saito swung his arm to begin, the two moved into their attacking stances. I just hoped no one got hurt. Especially Iba, since he had just finished a match with Okita. Before we knew it, the metallic clang of their clashing blades filled our ears as we watched. Compared to the intense movement of his earlier match, Iba seemed to move a little more sloppily. Sloppily is the word. Sloppily. Takeda seemed to have picked up on this. He flashed a menacing smirk, as if he'd already won. Takeda didn't want to miss his opportunity, so he moved in with a strike that had the full force of his body behind it. But then... Iba followed the path of the incoming attack, and he narrowly deflected the attempted strike.
何?
Before Takeda had a chance to recover, in an instant, Iba shifted the tide of the match by pressuring Takeda and cornering his movements.
そう簡単に一本取らせません。こう見えてもそれなりに修羅場をくぐってきてるんですから。
Takeda's face warped in anger, and he kicked the ground in an effort to close the distance between them. Takeda tried to stab his blade into Iba's throat with upward thrusts. Iba was able to dodge him with ease. But Takeda persisted, then trying to thrust for Iba's stomach. Jesus Christ, Takeda! Wait, was he actually trying to hurt Iba? No sooner had the thought entered my head, when...
やめ!
As Saito shouted for them to stop, both men disengaged.
今のは何のつもりです、武田さん。
何とは？
こたびの稽古はあくまでも各々の剣術の研鑽のために行っているはず。それなのにあんたが先ほどから狙っているのは 八郎の急所ばかり。しかも真剣の稽古で。新選組の剣は支援で振るものであってはならぬはずですが。
何を言っているのやら。稽古に熱が入りすぎて前後が見えぬようになることはままあるでしょう。
熱が入りすぎただ。面白い冗談を言ってくれるじゃねえか。俺たちの目が本気かおふざけかを見分けられねえほど曇ってるとでも思ってんのか。
As the warriors circled around the match floor to criticize Takeda's manner of attacking, Takeda continued to insist that he had no intention of harming Iba. Just then,
私の逃走を許さずと局中ハットにもあるはずだが、何の騒ぎだね。
局長、お聞きください。私は新選組幹部としての本分に背くような真似は一切しておりません。
詳しく聞かせてくれるか。
Takeda nodded, taking his time to begin rattling off his list of excuses. Because the man has a list of excuses, apparently.
そもそも天然理心流、ひいては新選組の稽古は実戦を想定したものであるはずです。切り合いの際、相手が急所を狙ってくることはままあるはず。それを想定した稽古を行うことの何が問題なのでしょうか。
No, Takeda! Kondo stared back at Takeda, listening intently to what the latter had to say, but after taking a deep breath, Kondo-san offered his deliberation.
先ほどの試合は俺も途中から見せてもらった。
Ooh, Dad was watching.
単なる稽古として行われているか、あるいはその剣に悪意が込められているかは剣筋を見ていればわかる。
Takeda's expression froze. I don't think I had ever seen Kondo-san look as intimidating as he did when facing Takeda.
同じ主君をいただく伊庭君に支援で怪我を負わせようとするとは言語道断。新選組幹部としてあるまじき行いだ。
お待ちください、局長。私は
今回の件に関して弁明を聞くつもりはない。このことは他の幹部隊士とも相談の上処分を決めさせてもらうから覚悟しておくように。
That's what you get. I could hear the teeth grinding from Takeda's mouth. Kondo-san dismissed himself curtly. Oh boy.
さてと、名残惜しいけど、そろそろ帰らなきゃ。
Alright. Even though things panned out the way they did, I wanted to say thank you for your help with training the warriors. I bowed, and Iba just stared back at me with a glum expression in response. Iba? What's the matter? Are you upset about the match with Takeda? Iba shook his head silently. Why must he ask? They weren't here earlier.
Ah, いえ、あのことに関しては別にいいんです。
I think we know what actually hurt his pride.
それよりも、その前の沖田くんの言葉がぐさっときちゃって。
Yeah. Okta? Oh, he must be referring to...
君の剣は軽いんだよ。
After a moment, Iba looked up, gazing into the late afternoon sky, and he squinted.
まだ江戸にいた頃は、沖田くんとは何度も打ち合ったことがあるんです。彼、子供の頃から負けん気が強かったし、僕の方が強いって言われたことも一度や二度じゃないんですけど、さっきみたいに 淡々とした調子で言われたことはなかったので。
Iba's eyes reflected the amber warmth of the sky, forcing a smile through his pained expression.
まあでも事実ですよね。沖田君の剣に比べると僕の剣は軽い。江戸にいた頃は互角の腕前だったのに、どうして追い抜かれたのかというと分かりきってますよね。
I had a feeling I knew what Iba was getting at.
不逞老士たちと常に命のやり取りをしてきた彼らと、江戸で安穏と日々を送ってきた僕じゃ振るう剣の重みが違う。僕にはまだそんな機会はありませんが、いつか彼らのように命を懸けて刀を振るう日が来るのでしょうね。
Yeah, it'll come one day.
その時のため、彼らに恥じないような覚悟と剣技を身につけておかなくては。
Iba appeared to wrestle with these thoughts. Iba appeared to wrestle with these thoughts as the sun began to set above us. The scattering of its color against the clouds looked like blood smeared across a giant canvas. Eventually, he turned towards me.
あなたはこんなところで暮らしているんですね。ここでの暮らしは辛くはありませんか？
Well...
トシさんたちから聞いています。寝食を共にした大使たちが血まみれになり、鬼のように刀を振るって人を殺める、あるいは命を落とす。そんな中に一人でいるのは辛いでしょう。
Did you just jinx us, sir? I gripped my fists. All of my memories flooded back to me, from the first night in Kyoto to the Battle of the Ikdain, and so too did memories of other battles. There's no telling in the future if or when we will come face to face with death once more, and when those who are close to us will be taken. Iba looked as if he read my emotions from my expression.
今なら僕がトシさんに頼んで君を引き取ることもできます。
Huh. My eyes became wide with bewilderment. How should I respond? Yeah, only if something were to happen. Thank you for your consideration. But I have the same goal as the Shingumi. It's imperative for me to find my father, so it makes more sense for me to stay here. At first, Iba was taken aback by my answer, as if he'd expected I would say yes. But it looked as though he understood, and he didn't press the issue. I appreciated his consideration. However, if something were to happen, would it be okay for me to reach out to you for help? Iba's eyes widened jubilantly.
もちろんです。幼なじみじゃないですか。
His smile reminded me of the same cheeky grin he had as a child. Just from the tone of our conversation, I could tell just how much Iba was concerned about me. If I were in his shoes, I'm sure I would have done the same for him, but for me, this place is the only thing I have that connects me to my father. Knowing my father has key information and research on the Furies means finding him was a top priority. There's no way that I could just turn my back on what I've done here and pretend it never happened. And more than anything, I wanted to ask my father the truth about the Furies. What led to him becoming involved with the Furies in the first place? Also, was he close to discovering a method of changing Furies back to humans? All these questions lingered in my mind.
そんな顔、あなたには似合いませんよ。今の状況を考えると難しいかもしれませんが、元気を出してください。
His eyes stared with sweetness into mine, and just then...
いたいた。おい、イバ
Ah! Someone with whom I wasn't quite familiar was approaching us.
まったく、いつまで入り浸ってるんだ。お前、今日に来た目的を忘れてるんじゃないだろうな。
すまない。ここは居心地がいいので、つい時間を忘れてしまって。
まあ、昔なじみが大勢いる場所だし、気持ちはわからなくもないが、少しは俺の立場も考えてくれよ。
For a moment, the man shot a probing glance towards me as if he'd been suspicious of me.
あんたは新選組の人？
I am.
そう。他の大使が見当たらないけど、寺の中？
Did you need to speak with someone? I could go call them.
いらないいらない。あんな連中を呼びつけたりしたら後が怖いし。
Well, that's quite a reaction.
そんなに怖がる必要はないのに。彼らは別に君を取って食べたりはしませんよ。
そりゃ分かってるけど、江戸にいた頃、あいつらと揉めた道場の奴らがどんな目に遭わされたのか思い出すと。
Judging by what he just said, maybe he too had met members of the Shinsengumi during the Shiei holidays? He sure seemed intimidated by them, though.
彼は本山小太郎。僕と同じく直参旗本で表情書の書物方を務めています。
Hello, I'm Yukimura. Nice to meet you.
いや、こちらこそ。
If he's a Jiki-san Hatamoto, then he should be pretty high up there in terms of prestige, but for some reason, Motoyama seemed way more nervous than I was.
しかし、まさか新選組にこんな子供がいるとは思わなかったな。
子供だと思って甘く見ない方がいいですよ。泣く子も黙る鬼副長の故障を務めてるらしいですから。
Do you have to phrase it like that? Are you just trying to scare your friend? Is that what you're trying to do, Hachiro?
鬼副長って、あの喧嘩上手の土方歳三？帰るぞ今。俺はまだ殺されたくない。
God damn it, Hacha!
ああ、ちょっと。
Motoyama yanked Iba and they ran out of the compound! Okay, maybe you took it a little bit too far, Iba, but bye! It looked as though the Shinsengumi's name had traveled far, even as far as in the Bakushin. However, because they had to get their hands dirty now and again, there was never a shortage of people like Motoyama who were afraid to see them for themselves. Well, that happened. My brain just remembered. My mother ate one of my salads that I had planned for the 4 days for dinner. Damn! After the dust cleared, following the Hamaguri rebellion, the shogun set about cleaning house. The Choshu expedition was launched by the shogun once the Choshu domains were declared enemies of the court. Perhaps feeling like they dodged a bullet, the Choshu domain fell silent for a time. Their obedience was short-lived, however, and before long their disrespect for the shogun became impossible to ignore. In order to investigate further, the shogun had decided to send an envoy to the Choshu domain. Gondo-san was asked to accompany an envoy sent to the Choshu to investigate the behavior. However, the Choshu domain refused to even meet with the envoy. Fed up with their insubordination, the shogunate ordered the second Choshu expedition. However, the war was a costly one, exhausting both the resources and the men from all over the domains whose morale began to falter. To add to the fire, word of the Shogun Iemochi's passing shook all of Japan, and some domains even withdrew, which made the situation even more dire. The second Choshu expedition had ended in a surprisingly major loss for the shogunate troops. October 1866. The pillar of the Tokugawa shogunate, which stood strong for 260 years, was beginning to show signs of instability. That day, we can skip this. This is when we meet Sun. So, hold on, where's my water bottle so I can drink while we skip and I hit it.
Yeah.
Nah.
So, hey! Not man.
怪我あ、まだ別見てこれ
み
あ、これそっちで雪あなごめん雪よろしくな見たじゃ
あ予定
Right.
Yukimura senpai.
Hi, you guys. Asoma. Hi, Nomura. You guys are puppies. And then there's Nagakura, who's absolutely gonna break the shit out of them. Please don't break that. I must say it every time. Don't break the boys, please. I know you probably will, but don't break them. Notice board. I was worried about the Furies. Is this the same? Yeah, it's censored. He roughly grabbed onto my wrist and yanked me. Is this gonna be the same? Let's see. I pulled against his grip, but he was far too strong for me to overcome. Please, stop! Oh, the horrible twitching madness in his eyes was too much for me and I screamed.
女の子の手首を掴んで何してるんですか、三男さん。
This seems to be pretty much the same.
意見を求めていただけですよ。
どうかそれ
That's the same. After that, the rest of the warriors who had gone to Shimabara returned, and they told me in great detail about the Sanjo notice board incident, but out of everything I'd heard, there was one thing in particular that caught my attention. They told me that when Harada and his men had been attacked at Sanjo Ohashi, one of them had seen someone who looked a lot like me. The strange person had tried to impede the Shinsengumi, and sided with the Vandals from the Tosa domain. I haven't left the temple, of course, and even if I had been at Sanjo Ohashi, I would never have tried to get in the Shinsengumi's way. But if it wasn't me, then who? What could it mean? This news only fed the anxiety that had been slowly building within me. I think we know. If you've been here, we think we know. 1867, January. December 1866.
Oh.
Potatoes! Roasted potatoes. I want a roasted potato.
忙しいってことは、それだけ新選組が頼りにされ
A bird
て
flew
るって
by my window.
名誉なことさ。
Bird flew by my window, left a shadow because the sun is there.
お、次。いや、おし、あの方は、そうだな。
We now move to February, a month later. Supposedly. Oh, we could skip this too. January 1867. This with Okta. Never mind. No, this is different. It's not. I had to weave in and out of. Maybe. I have to weave in and out of the mass of people so that I wouldn't be left behind. Even out here, there are so many people. Oop.
年が明けたばかりだからな。年始回りや新年の挨拶で出かける人が多いんだろう。
Yeah, we haven't seen the scene. Okay. And the fact that Kono-san is here and we're with him. Ah! I'm happy! We're hanging out with Dad!
どっちかっていうと、それを口実にお酒を飲もうとしてる人の方が多そうですけどね。あの3人みたいに。
Never mind, Okita is also here. God damn. Oh. Brett said, we're the sibling trio.
まあ、せっかくの正月だからな。たまにはいいだろう。
We had been heading back from performing our New Year's greetings. Nagakura, Harada, and Heisuke had come with us at the start, but they claimed they wanted to drop by somewhere, so sometime during the middle of it, they split ways. Just as Okita had been claiming, I'm sure they're out drinking. But why are we going to a temple that's so far away to do our New Year's prayers? Yeah, actually they live in a temple. What? Our headquarters is at the Nishihowanji temple. Couldn't we have done it there?
それはそうなんだが、せっかくの機会だし、世話になっている今日の寺社に挨拶しておきたくてな。
こういう時に少しずつでも顔を売っておくのが大事なんだよ。まあ、君にはわからないだろうけど。
Oh. As we continued talking, we were walking between the crowds of people. I bumped into a person who was walking by, and it didn't end there. The passerby who bumped into me had dropped their bag and their coins scattered across the floor. I'm so sorry. I'll help you pick it up. It was difficult picking up each individual coin as people were pacing all around us, but this is everything, right? I'm really sorry about that. I was able to pick everything up, and I stood up. I noticed that Kondo-san and Okita were nowhere to be found. I felt myself turning white. What should I do? Although I'd grown closer to many of the warriors, still, I was a carrier of many Shinsengumi secrets, ones that can never be told to anyone. If they viewed this as me running away, they would kill me. I have to find them again as quickly as I can. Kondo-san! Okta! Where are you guys? Please answer me if you're nearby. I screamed, but it was pointless. Hordes of people were shuffling around me. My voice became muffled, almost threatened to be engulfed by everything around it. No, I mustn't give up. I must find them. I continued to walk amongst the people, looking for any signs of Kondo-san or Okita, but I couldn't find them anywhere, and eventually I'd found myself around a back alley where there weren't many others around. I don't know what to do. At this rate, the worst case scenario swirled repeatedly around in my head, and I froze from nervousness. Maybe I should head back to where a lot of people are conjugating. If I hang around here for too long, I may have a run-in with someone unsightly, or a Ronin. Just as the thought had entered my mind, I heard a familiar voice, and I rushed to turn and find where it was coming from. There stood Iba! What are you doing here?
それはこっちのセリフです。こんなところに一人でどうしたんですか？新選組の方々は？
Well, I felt so relieved to see someone I knew again, and I explained to him what had just happened.
なるほど。そういう事情だったんですか。それなら僕が豚書に連れて行って口添えしてあげますよ。
Are you sure?
もちろん。なんでしたら君を見かけた僕が無理やり連れ回したということにしても構いません。
I don't think I could ask you to do such a thing. But still, thank you very much. It's very kind of you.
では、豚書に戻りましょうか。西本願寺は向こうの方角だったかな。
I was so very grateful for Iba's kindness, and I began walking with him back. But Iba, I don't think this is the direction towards the Nishihonwaji.
ちょっと遠回りするだけですよ。あなたをどこかへ連れ去ろうなんてつもりはありませんから、ご心配なく。
Alright, but where?
それは着いてからのお楽しみです。
No matter how many times I had asked him, he dodged the question. Eventually, we arrived at This is so delicious! I was eating the treat he'd offered me, and I could feel its sweetness sticking throughout my mouth. We went to a sweet shop! Supposedly it originated in a western country, and it was soft, spongy, and rich with egg flavor. I never tasted such a thing. I was so happy. I couldn't hide my elation, and I had a wide smile.
どうです？ここのカステイラのお味は？
Okay, I feel like now I have to go buy some Castella because of Iba. I have to now. Oh my gosh, it's so delicious.
よかった。あなたに食べさせてあげたいと思ってたんですよ。
Iba looked even happier than I was, and he had a wide-eyed grin as we sat together. As I savored the castella, I calmed down and asked Iba something I'd been curious about. But why did you bring me here? I think we could have headed to the compounds from there, but it feels like we took a longer route. Iba looked at me like I'd stumbled upon his birthday celebration, eager for me to join in.
少し寄り道をして君と食べ歩くぐらいの約束は許されるでしょ
Well, I didn't think Hijikata would have been strict towards Iba's desires, but I wondered, was it really alright to do so? I mean, he was going to take me back to the compounds no matter what, so I couldn't really insist on hurrying, but...
大丈夫です。もし何か言われたら全部僕のせいにしてしまって構いませんから。
As Iba was speaking, something crossed my mind. Now that I think of it, didn't you try and take me out like this before? In a period where I'd become depressed at the lack of clues surrounding my father's whereabouts. Iba had asked Inoue about taking me out in order to get my mind off of the situation.
そういえばそうでしたね。あの時は断られてしまいましたけど。今回はこうしてお茶に付き合ってもらえたし、少しは仲が進展してると思っていいんでしょうか。
What next step? Was he being completely serious?
近頃、豚書の様子はどうです？トシさんたちは元気にしてますか？
Let's see. Hijikata is just his usual self, I suppose. By next step, I assumed he meant maybe in terms of our relationship growing a bit. It sort of threw me off at first, almost as if my heart had skipped a beat. We had finished our tea, and then we caught up with one another's recent activities. Although I didn't quite remember all of the details myself, maybe our kinship came from the fact that we befriended each other as children. But nonetheless, Iba had an ear for listening, and I found it incredibly easy to speak with him. After we had left the cafe, Iba led me back to the lively Shimabara street. Oh, yeah.
どうしました？
I hesitated to speak up out of fear of ruining the moment we were having. However, I felt like he deserved to know. Supposedly, Takeda is quitting the Shinsengumi. As soon as I mentioned Takeda's name, Iba's expression turned dubious.
あの人が？
According to the story, he received a message from his hometown and he decided to return home. Iba gazed suspiciously at the ground before muttering out loud.
本当かな？
What?
いえ、本当に郷里に戻るのであればいいんですけど、どこまで本当なのかなって。
Now that he mentioned it, there wasn't any real proof that Takeda was speaking the truth. It seemed as though he had gradually lost his place in the Shinsengumi. It wouldn't surprise me if this was all a lie to get himself out of the Shinsengumi. Maybe Iba noticed me thinking deeply. He then shifted his tone to a lighthearted one.
まあもし彼に企みがあったとしても、それに気づかないトシさんじゃありませんしね。
You're right. I'm sure Hijikata-san knows well of Takeda's current situation. If Takeda really was planning something bad, then Hijikata-san likely already had some countermeasures planned in advance. Just then.
ねえ、そこにいるのって。
That voice.
やっぱり。どうしたの？こんなところで。島原に来るんなら一声かけてくれればよかったのに。
Sen. Sen noticed Eva beside me, and for a second her eyes grew wide. Then she whispered to me, "Oh no, her tendencies are here. Her Sen, no matter this Sen or the Sen that's in Sweet Life, Sweet Love Life. Oh God. She's always the one that wants to be the matchmaker."
ねえ、あの人一体誰？役者みたいに綺麗な人だけど、もしかして合いびき
？Date? No, it's nothing like that.
なんだ、違うの？
Matchmaker. Fucking matchmaker. You want to be a matchmaker.
新選組の大使さんじゃないわよね。あそこの大使さんにこんな育ちの良さそうな人がいるはずないし。
No. I wasn't sure how to introduce Iba to her. So his name is Iba. He's a Hadamoto of the shogunate. He's known the men of the Shinsengumi for a long time.
まあ、間違ってはいませんけど。
Why did we introduce him like this? This is the worst introduction ever. For some reason, Iba looked a little sad. Then he turned to Sen.
将軍奥詰めを務めています。伊庭八郎です。彼女とは幼い頃から仲良くさせてもらってます。
自己紹介どうも。私はセン。見ての通り彼女のお友達よ。
Where's the thing? I need to write something down. Hold on. Oh, that's filled up. Oh, that's put this on the microphone, you know? Sticky note on microphone. Yeah, that'll be my thoughts. Where's my pen? Here we go. I shall write my thoughts. There we go. Alright. Continuing on.
それより奥詰めって本当？そんな立場の方なのにこんなに気軽に出歩いてていいの？
一応今日の視察も兼ねていますから。今のこれはあくまでも私的なものですけどね。
Sen muttered and then stared at Iba. I stared back at her as she stood with intensity. Had Iba said something that bothered her?
彼女が新選組の大使でもない人と二人でいるなんてどうしたのかと思ったけど、少なくとも悪い人じゃなさそうね。安心したわ。
After a moment, Sen turned to face and speak with me.
近頃調子はどう？新選組の人たちにいじめられたりしてない？
No, nothing like that. But then I stopped myself. Of course, the men wouldn't be bullying me, but speaking apart from myself, the Shinsengumi had not been doing too well. Because of the second Choshu expedition's failure, the Choshu had been steadily gaining more and more power. Additionally, the Satsuma had been active, moving to a degree that it was necessary to set off Shinsegumi's scouts, with rumors floating about their suspicious acts. And finally, a new shogun had been appointed, after nearly half a year passing since the death of the previous late shogun. Even within the Shinsengumi, it seemed as if Ito's faction was causing friction and trouble among the other warriors. To top it off, Takeda was leaving the Shinsengumi. There were just so many seeds of worry. I couldn't bring myself to tell her that everything seemed to be falling apart. As I stood there, Iba put his hands on my shoulder.
大丈夫ですよ。僕も今日にいますから、何かあった時はいつでも頼ってください。あなたを守るだけの力はあるつもりですから。
Iba. He was always beaming with courteousness. Thanks to his words of assurance, I could feel my worries melted through the soft of his hands on my back. However, Sen looked at him sharply, almost as if she were glaring at him.
その言葉、どこまで本気なのかしら。
Sen? I could sense something was off from the vigor of her attitude, so I couldn't help but turn around to look at her after she asked that. Sen burrowed her eyes deep into Iba, speaking with confidence.
彼女は本人が思っているよりもずっと重い運命を背負っている。そして彼女を狙う存在はあなたが想像しているよりずっと強大よ。
For a moment, Iba gazed deeply into her eyes, and he didn't break his stare in return.
おせんさんと言いましたね。あなたは何を知ってるんですか？
それは答えられないわ。私が聞きたいのは一つだけ。あなたは本当に彼女を守ってくれるの？
Neither looked willing to budge from their stares. Eventually, Ibra broke the silence.
僕には彼女を守る理由がありますから。
His bright, clear eyes suddenly faced me.
たとえあなたがそれを忘れてしまっているとしても。
Huh? I didn't quite understand what he meant by that at first, and all I could do was blink. What did he mean? What are Iba and Sen even talking about? Sen eventually softened up a little.
そう。その言葉、決して違えないでちょうだい。あなたがその約束を守ってくれる限り、私も力を貸してあげる。
Sen? I rushed to butt in, but she turned, walking off into the cold evening without as much as a word. What in the world was going on? Iba and Sen seemed to be talking about me, but without the total context of their conversation, the key words that struck out to me were reason to protect me? No. I timidly approached him and he turned around. You just said that there was a reason for you to protect me. What did you mean by that? I have no reason for you to... Of course, we were childhood friends, but I didn't think that's enough of an excuse for him to risk his life to protect me. But Iba...
ありますよ、僕には。この命を懸けてでも君を守るだけの理由が。
What? He said it without hesitation, and I was at a loss for words. Is it because we're childhood friends? For a brief second, Iba's eyes were forlorn.
それだけだと思います。
I was sure that wasn't the only reason. Even if he was a samurai, putting one's life on the line to protect someone meant the biggest sacrifice one could make. That went for the shogunate, one's master, or anything close to this power dynamic to justify it. But a friendship formed during one's childhood shouldn't be enough reason to devote one's life to their friend's protection. So why? I don't know. If there's other reasons, please tell me. Iba looked like he thought about it for a second, and then...
教えてあげません。ゆっくり考えてみてください。
Iba had normally been so kind, but today, his mood wasn't as nice. It took me by surprise. What do you mean you won't tell me?
僕ばかりやきもきさせられるのは公平ではありませんし。それに少しぐらいは子供の頃のことを忘れられていた仕返しをさせてもらってもいいでしょ。
Hachiro! I was caught completely off guard, but Iba just began to laugh.
さて、そろそろ行きましょうか。もう少し一緒にいたいけど、あまり帰りが遅くなるのも問題でしょうし。
Wait, Iba! Iba escorted me back to the main street. The large crowds of people from earlier had died down significantly.
あ、見てください。あそこ。
I was looking in the direction that Iba was mentioning me towards when...
雪村君。
Kondo-san! Okita!
よかった。姿が見当たらぬから、てっきりあの鬼を名乗る輩にでも連れ去られたのかと思ったぞ。
I mean, this would be a perfect opportunity, but it didn't happen, thankfully.
つまんないの。僕たちとはぐれて顔面蒼白になってる姿が見たかったんだけどな。
Oh, that would have been like an hour ago.
それは残念でしたね。
Okita glared coolly at Iba.
奥詰めって迷子探しもするんだっけ？それとも単に伊庭くんが暇人なだけ？
Okita is protective.
おい！伊庭!
A person had weaved through a small gathering of people to approach us. This person is...
おや、元山。一体どうしたんです？そんなに息を切らせて。
一体どうしたんですじゃないだろう。この人混みの中、どれだけ探し回ったと思ってるんだ。
どれだけって、そうですね。かれこれ一時ほどでしょうか。
Oh my god.
さらっと言わないでくれ。まったく雪村くんらしき人を見かけた途端、目の色を変えて走っていってしまって。
As soon as those words were said, Okita smirked.
へえ、この子を見かけた途端ね。どういうことなのかな、伊庭くん。
それはですね。
Payback, 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 payback. Iba gonna be mean? He's getting payback by Okita. Iba attempted to stand straight and act with decorum in response to Okita, but instead he just played it off and turned towards Motoyama.
そういえば、我々は年始の挨拶回りの途中でしたね。
はあ？年始の挨拶回りって、これだけ時間を無駄にしておいて、今さら。
急ぎましょう。それじゃあ近藤さん、沖田君、豚舎にはまた後日挨拶に伺いますので。
Iba grabbed the tired Motoyama and disappeared into the crowd of people.
なるほどね。意外なような、そうでもないような。伊庭くんって意外と目ざといんだな。
え？ wasn't sure what Okuta was trying to get at, but either way, I was happy I was able to see Iba on New Year's. There was so much to be concerned about, but I hope we'll have a good year this time. Yeah, about that. April! 1867. Oh, we can skip this.
このところ暖かくなってきたし、今日はいい天気だし。
We're in chapter 4. Blah 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 blah.
もぼ ちょっめん
どうさもしよ
も
こさそ
た甘い
Ah!
そんな簡単に疑いを解く
My
なん
sticky note fell. Hold on, let me put it back on the microphone. Let me just... There we go. I'm sorry if that sounded weird. We need to get to a certain scene. I have zero clue if it changed or not. I keep thinking there might be a change, but I don't know who has it. Alright. Yep, we got our arm cut. Never mind. Okay, fine. Sticky note. You don't live there. You don't live there. You live here now. You live on my desk. And
妙な遠慮はやめなよ。頼るべき時は頼ればいいんだからさ。
Okita, everyone. Someone help! Let's see, does this scene change at all? He was down on his hands and knees, licking my I keep saying split! It's spilt! Why? Spilled blood off the floor. There was no samurai there. It seemed what little humanity he had left. It seemed what little humanity he had left him entirely. There should be a comma there, I think. I used his distraction to gain distance from him. Please, I beg to any god who might be listening, let someone come. He looked up from the floor. My sleeve was soaked in blood from the cut on my arm. His eyes locked into mine, and I saw them light up with animalistic hunger. His grin was a nightmarish thing. He kicked the floor roughly and came charging at me. No! There was no doubt he was going to kill me. I froze. Well, this is the same. To be fair, I don't know. I keep thinking this scene has an alternate somewhere in some room, but I have zero clue as to where. So, or my brain is creating false memories. We'll see. This is all the same. This is all the same. All the same. No, I don't want to hear the matana again.
Ne.
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. No, I don't want to hear it.
サブそれそれま
おやよそ実あた今
いこのあん元あな
くだいと
三
まあだがもし
そあなわたですから
わかりです
それはおもそ
という今度いとしいそといまあ彼
So, we're worried about the soldiers. We decided to ask someone high-ranking. The heads of the Shinsengumi seemed like the best people to ask, but they were all still talking in the common room. Perhaps I should wait a bit until they were done. Almost as if on cue, Hijikata-san appeared in the hallway. Oh, hello, Hijikata-san.
お前か休んでなくていいのか
Oh, I feel a lot better now.
医者の娘だから傷がすぐ治る特別な薬を持ってるってわけでもねえんだろうあんまり出歩かず部屋でおとなしくしてろ
I'll be careful. Oh, shoot. It was easy to forget one suffered an insignificant injury when it healed almost completely by morning. I'll go right back to my room, but... Can I ask you something first?
なんだ
It's about Ito and the people who are leaving with him. How do you feel about all of this, all of that?
どうってのはどういうことだ
Well, people who are members of the Shinsengumi won't be. If I were in Hijikata-san's shoes, I don't think I could sit still. I'd be so stressed. Either that or I'd blame myself.
たとえ仲間だったとしても互いの立場が変わりゃ敵になることもあるただそれだけの話だ今の時代ありふれたことだ
But what about Sato-san and Heisuke? They had all been captains together. Surely Hijikata-san saw them as friends, at least. Would Hijikata-san be able to brand them as enemies just because of their change in alliances?
Saito ya Heisuke ka.
Look, I heard that. I heard that one. He said Saito and Heisuke, not Saito and Todo. Hey, line, you're wrong.
確かにあいつらを引き抜かれたのは痛手だがないずれ裏切るかもしれねえ奴らなら今のうちに旗色を明らかにしてくれた方が助かるってもんだ
How could he be so cold and analytical about his friends? Yet he made sense. If Ito and company were leaving because they were incompatible with the Shinsengumi, then perhaps it was for the best. But was the best thing for the future of the Shinsengumi also the best thing for Hijikata-san? I couldn't understand. After some time had passed, I walked through a hallway. I stopped to notice something. I wonder how they landed all the way in here. Maybe they got stuck in someone's sandal? It was a time of year in which no matter how often I cleaned, the spring winds seemed to invite an endless flow of blossom petals. Watching the blossom petals that were scattered across the floor without a hint of their scent, I couldn't help but remember the ache of the goodbyes shared all those days ago. How was Heisuke doing? Eating meals without him was so much more quiet. It was almost as if the lanterns were out. I wonder how Saito had been doing too. At first, I found him a little intimidating because he didn't speak often, but after spending some time with him, I had learned that he actually cares for everyone's well-being, and he had shown me bouts of tender kindness. I took for granted the fact that these men were not always going to be here. I had no idea that it would feel so lonely without them. I shook my head, stopping myself. I can't be thinking like this. There was no doubt in my mind that the other warriors had been feeling even more sadness than I was. I thought to myself that perhaps occupying my time with cleaning the compounds would put my mind at ease. It was good to start with the common room. I slid the door open casually, but then I froze upon seeing the person standing on the other side. The reason being that it was...
お前は雪村か?
Takeda. My heart was startled by the creepiness of his expression. Yeah. Iba had suggested to me that it was best not to find myself alone with Takeda, if at all possible. He was going to leave the Shinsengumi soon, so I didn't think he would have been in the habit of starting any conflicts on his way out, but I found him antagonistic time and time again, so I couldn't help but feel uncomfortable around him.
そう警戒することもなかろう。私はもう新選組幹部ではないからな。お前をどうこうするつもりはない。
Really, they had to take away your title for you to not be a threat to me anymore. I highly doubt this. I couldn't really take him up on his word, but it wasn't like I could just pretend he doesn't exist, so I asked him a question while keeping my wits about me. What are you doing here, Takeda?
もうこの場所を訪れることもないだろうからな。いろいろなことを思い出していただけだ。
You have memories? I guess Takeda can be sentimental. He looked around the compounds with a somber face, his eyes scanning slowly.
この西本願寺へ移ってきたのもちょうど今ぐらいの時期だった。あの頃はまさかこうしてタイを脱することになるなど予想すらしていなかったが。
Takeda looked close to tears, lost in faint memory. Since there were many times that I'd had trouble with him, I had mixed feelings about his departure. But to his credit, I knew that when he came to Kyoto, he did so with a head full of dreams about the future. Suddenly, I felt the way I did when Saito and Heisuke left as well. It was a melancholic feeling, to part with people who work beside you day in and day out. As I noticed Takeda's eyes thin, I watched as he moved with uncertainty, pacing as if he truly didn't want to leave before turning to face me.
では失礼する。
With that said, he marched on as if he was pushing all of his feelings aside for the sake of pride. Even though the room was empty again, I felt stuck, unable to move as I contemplated the moment. As evening came, I was returning to my room after having finished organizing the medicine, as was asked of me by Yamazaki. Normally around this time, one could hear the warriors talking amongst one another happily from the common room. But now that there weren't as many warriors left, the compounds were much quieter. Just then... I thought I saw a shadow at the end of the hallway, and I squinted to get a better look. Is that Takeda? Oh boy. He said he was leaving the compounds today. Was he still here? Did he forget something? He was sort of acting suspicious. Takeda. Takeda seemed to be scanning around, peeking over his shoulder as he tiptoed to make sure his footsteps weren't being heard. His behavior had been very peculiar, if not outright conspicuous. God damn. So I hid in the shadows and watched him. He was heading towards the very back of the compound. Takeda did one final glance to ensure no one had been watching him, and then he disappeared into the room. It was the room in which Sanan-san performed his research over the Furies in the Water of Life. Only a select few of the Shinsengumi had known about what went on in that room. Takeda, of course, was not one of those select few, so technically he wasn't permitted to be in there. But why? I gulped and I moved to the front of the room. I cracked the door open just to hear and peered in. Since the sun hadn't set yet, I didn't see Sanan in the room. I had assumed then he was resting in another. From what I could make out, however, Takeda had been ruffling through drawers and reading documents spread across the room. After searching for a while, he had taken a few of the documents and folded them to place inside his kimono.
出がけの打賃としてはこれぐらいで十分か。
He grinned with satisfaction. Then he turned to slowly walk in my direction. Oh no. Shoot, I must hide. I rushed away from the door. Takeda sped out of the room, rushing as if he was trying to make sure he wasn't seen, and then he tried to leave the compounds. Suddenly,
おや、武田くんじゃないか。もう出るところかい?
Inoue approached him and I could see them exchange a few words. Eventually they ended the conversation, and Takeda bowed to Inoue before leaving. I knew something wasn't right, so I rushed over to Inoue. Inoue, what were you just talking about with Takeda just now?
別れの挨拶をしただけだが、どうしたんだね?
You see... And I told Inoue what I had just witnessed.
それは本当かね? 彼は一体なぜそんなことを?
I don't know. However, I think we should run after him and find out what he took. Inoue gave me a grim look.
そうしたいのは山々なんだが、実は先ほど巡察に出た時に足をくじいてしまってね。
Ah, shit. Your ankle? Oh no. It didn't sound like we would have been able to trail. It didn't sound like we'd been able to tail Takeda even given Inoue's condition.
トシさんが戻り次第事情を明かして手を打ってもらうしかあるまい。
I guess that's the only way left, but all of the warriors had been out at the moment, and I didn't know when they would return. I had known that there were numerous other responsibilities, and that it would be hard to get many people on board to follow after him. Besides, I was sure that Takeda was on high alert for people coming after him, so... I could see him being able to leave Kyoto in time before we could deal with him. So all I could do for now was... Anyway, please let the captains know as soon as they return that I'll be running after Takeda to take care of an important matter.
Yukimura-kun?
Inoue was confused, but before he could ask, please, I promise I'll return. With that said, I ran out of the compounds. I think he walked in this direction? And the hues of the night sky were growing darker. As the hues of the night sky were growing darker, it was becoming more difficult to distinguish the faces of those passing by. I was growing worried that I may lose them completely. But it'll be alright. He had literally just left the compounds, so I was sure he couldn't have gotten too far away. Or at least this is what I had been telling myself as I began to my chase. Eventually, I finally caught sight of him, and I began running after him. Takeda! Please wait! He didn't stop. Rather, he started to jog, moving more quickly. There was no way he couldn't have heard me. I was starting to lose my breath, but I continued running after him. When he had finally stopped running, he had been approaching a bridge where I noticed there weren't too many other people around.
随分と慌てて追ってきたようだが、私の見送りに来てくれた。というわけではなさそうだな。
It seemed like he was under the impression that if we were to speak alone, he wouldn't be able to get out of it, so he spoke pompously. Well, I had become winded from all the running, so my throat burned and I couldn't string words together well enough to speak. However, Takeda didn't seem to notice a thing and he walked towards me.
それとも何か確かめたいことでもあるのか?
Ask. Instinctively, I started to back up, but he was closing the distance between us.
とぼけるな。新選組には我々幹部大使にすら伏せられていた大きな秘密がある。そしてお前はそれを知っている。
Oops. His glare locked with my eyes, and my entire body had started to freeze up. No. I couldn't let him read into my panic. I was doing my best to steady my resolve, and I suppressed my quivering voice. It's not like that. Takeda looked as if he couldn't be convinced, and he continued moving closer to me.
とぼけても無駄だ。剣の腕もないお前が分不相応に体内で徴用されている事実。そして松本良順と言ったか。あの乱暴医が屯所に来た時、何やら怪しげな話をしていたこと。お前は確実に何かを知っているはずだ。
Takeda's face was probing me to see if I'd break, and for a second I was almost unable to say anything, but I have no idea what you're talking about. I turned to face away from him as I said that.
なるほど。まだとぼけるつもりか。では、これに見覚えはあるか?
Takeda spoke with scorn as he reached into his pocket to grab something. It was the red liquid in the glass vial. I gasped when Takeda smirked as if he'd won.
やはり、お前は知っているようだな。この薬が何であるのかを。
I like to imagine that at this moment, Inoue had told the Shinsegae what happened and they're rushing to find us. That's what my brain thinks anyway. So Takeda did take something from Sanan-san's room earlier, and now it was right in front of me.
この薬を持ち込めば、伊藤派の連中も私を無下には扱えまい。答えろ、雪村。この薬は一体何なのだ?
Take it back. We take it back. We taking it back.
この資料には 細部こそ記されていなかったものの、人知を超えた生命力を持つ化け物のことが書かれてあった。
I tensed up under Takeda's scrutinizing gaze and guarded hostility.
もしそれが本当であれば、興味を持つ者は多かろうな。幕府側にも、薩長側にも。
I thought you had joined the Shinsengumi because you wanted to protect the shogunate.
どちらだろうが構わん。この薬は私を高く売りつけるために利用させてもらうだけだ。
That's when it became clear to me. I can't let this man take possession of the water of life. With this in mind, I used this moment of distraction while he was in the middle of his monologue. I took out my Kodachi and charged at Takeda.
Nani?
Takeda tried to parry my strike, but my movements were just a hair faster. I suppose he didn't think I'd attack him. My swing had just barely grazed over the chest of his kimono.
おのれ、貴様、よくも。
Damn, went to the fourth step. Holy shit. He had become visibly frustrated by this, and he swung his sword up to slash downwards. I watched as a blinding flash of light reflected from his blade, and it was swinging down towards me. I tried to block it, but my arm was gushed open and blood spluttered out over the both of us. Takeda stood above me, wearing a sadistic expression as he smirked gleefully. The gash he just inflicted was slowly but surely beginning to heal itself already. His face froze in surprise.
なんだその体は。私は今確かにお前を切って。そうか、貴様があの書に記されていた羅刹とやらか。
No, I'm... He had no intent on listening to me, however, and he grabbed my sleeves and yanked me forward.
これはいい。お前の傷が治る様を見せれば、羅刹とやらの存在を疑う者はおるまい。
Uh-oh.
さあ来い。名をなすため、せいぜいその力を利用させてもらうぞ。
No! I attempted to get away by pushing his hands, but then...
やめろ！そこで何をしている！
That voice... Iba! What are you doing here?
先ほど、豚書にお邪魔したとき、井上さんから事情を聞かせてもらったんです。
Takeda, upon the sight of Iba, looked almost deflated, but his petulance grew once more.
また貴様か。つくづく人の邪魔をするのが好きと見える。
その手を離しなさい。さもなくば。
さもなくばなんだ。
こうするまで。
Iba unsheathed his sword with lightning speed, and he charged towards Takeda. Takeda saw Iba's attack, and he parried it before the two began dueling in front of me. Their blades clashed, each swing met with a sizable force, powered by seething anger. So many S's. Few more slashes were sent relentlessly. Since Iba's skill was far above the level of Takeda's pedigree, the latter started looking out of breath as he was put into a corner. Eventually, Iba grabbed my arms and pushed me behind him to protect me from the fray. After peeking behind Iba, Takeda smirked.
訳があって豚書で預かっているものだと聞いていたが、 そういう理由だったのか。
どんな理由です？
負わせた傷が一瞬で治る不可思議な体の持ち主だ。伊藤さんが以前言っていた新選組には大きな秘密があると。さしずめあの部屋で行われていた研究と関わりがあるのだろう。
Neither Iba nor I answered him, but it seemed like Takeda was already sure of it. He continued to talk without waiting, or even caring for that matter, about our responses.
この分だとどうやら三男さんが生きているというのも本当らしい。新選組とは何だ？何を隠している？
Iba seemed unfazed as he responded.
随分と妄想がお好きなようですね。剣術よりも下作本を書く方が向いているのでは？
どうあっても真実を語るつもりはないか。まあいい。
He then pointed his katana towards me, and he asked Iba a question.
伊庭八郎、お前は何のためにその女をかばう？化け物女だぞ。
Iba's eyes thinned with contempt.
黙れ。
He didn't like that.
事実を言っている。その女は化け物だ。よく見ろ。先ほどこの私が負わせた刀傷が塞がっているだろう。
黙れ！
もしや知らぬのか？ならば見せてやろう。その目でしかと確かめるがいい。
Then Takeda swung his sword again. No! I screamed, but it wasn't Iba that Takeda was swinging towards. I heard Iba's screams and the sound of flesh being split apart. Blood had splattered over all of us. Then suddenly, everything went black. Had Iba been hurt? I didn't want to believe it. I slowly cracked my eyes open. In front of me was Iba. He stood upright with eyes bearing an expression of fury and rage unlike anything I'd ever seen. Dark crimson blood was dripping from his sword, and next to his feet was a detached right arm clutching a blade. Even after seeing it in front of me, my brain was having trouble processing what I was looking at.
これ以上彼女を傷つけさせない。
I sensed what seemed like a near murderous conviction throughout Iba's aura. It wasn't the Iba I had come to know.
まだやるか、武田観柳祭。次は右腕だけでは済まさない。
Takeda was drenched in the blood, spurting from where his right forearm used to be. He looked like an Oni straight from hell.
誰かを殺すつもりで刀を振るったことなどないが、お前だけはためらいなく切れそうだ。
Iba's eyes burned with righteousness, and he kept his blade pointed towards Takeda, who trembled from the loss of his limb and his pride. Takeda gritted his teeth and slowly backed off. He put his remaining left hand into his chest pocket.
あの薬を飲めばこんな怪我など。
As he spoke, the water of life fell onto the floor, along with the documents he'd stolen.
薬が
He tried to bend down and pick up the bottle, but he slipped. Takeda! I was about to run up to help him, but Iba grabbed my arm as he scurried away indigently.
深追いはしない方がいい。あの怪我ではそう長くは持たないでしょう。
Damn, Iba.
彼が持ち去ろうとした書類と薬は無事みたいですしね。
With shaking fingers, I picked the items up and finally was able to breathe.
大丈夫でしたか？あんな目に遭わされて怖かったでしょう。
A little frightening. Iba, you just sliced a man's arm off.
怪我の様子はどうです？傷を見せてください。
I couldn't bear to look at him, and I pulled away my arm to prevent him from seeing it. There was no way I could look him into his eyes, so I kept facing downwards. It's fine. My injury already healed. There's no reason for you to be worried. I didn't want to say it, but just as he said, I'm a monster. I just couldn't say the last part. I felt myself choke.
知っていましたよ。あなたのその力のことは。
Suddenly, my eyes widened from hearing him. I looked up. There stood Iba, wearing the same kind smile that hadn't changed since we were children.
もしかしたらあなたはもう忘れてしまってるかもしれませんけど、小さい頃あなたは何度か見せてくれました。傷が治るところを。その力は二人だけの秘密だから絶対誰にも見せてはいけないと約束しましたよね。
With his flashback, the memories that were once dim and stored in some corner of my mind became vibrantly lit once more. That's right. When I was a little girl, I made a promise. One I couldn't tell to any of my other friends. But if it was with him, if it was with Hachiro, I knew he was special. I knew I could tell him anything.
あなたは化け物なんかじゃない。僕が守りたいと思うたった一人の女の子です。あの頃も今も。
Iba. I felt a pang of nostalgia. And at the same time, I felt emotional knowing that I had forgotten about him this whole time. I'm so sorry.
どうして謝るんです？
Because you remembered me after all of these years, and I... Iba lightly touched my hair.
いいですよ。今思い出してくれたんですから。
His words radiated with warmth, and his kindness made my heart swell. I noticed that as he ran his fingers through my hair, they trembled a bit. Iba? I looked up at him, and he bit his lip a little.
僕の剣は軽いって 沖田くんが言ってましたけど、刀を握っている時己を制することができなかったのはさっきのが初めてです。トシさんたちは今日に来てからずっとあんな気持ちを抱き続けてたんですね。何かを守るっていうのは綺麗事じゃないんですね。
I couldn't say anything, so I just hung my head. The person who had brought this realization to Iba was no one else but me. It was my fault. I don't want you to do anything dangerous. I knew that, to a warrior, these words were as good as dirt. During Nikadain incident, the Hamaburi rebellion. Hamaburi? Isn't it Hamaguri? Have I been reading that wrong? I don't know anymore. Or any other time where the warriors had crossed swords with the demons. I had felt this way during all of those battles, but this time it hit me a little differently. After a moment of silence, Iba spoke up.
あなたの願いならどんな願いでも叶えてあげたいところですけど、その願いだけは聞けません。
I had a feeling he would say that.
多分僕は大切なものを守るために剣を学び身につけてきたんですから、そのために誰かを傷つけ殺すことになったとしても後悔しない。
I knew he'd say that too, but even then, you couldn't blame me for making this wish. Please, don't ever let Eva be hurt in battle. Just then,
おい、二人とも無事か？この俺が助けに来てやったぜ。
I've come to rescue you guys! Oh my god, Nagakura. God damn. I heard the footsteps of the warriors approaching from afar.
とりあえず屯所に戻ることにしましょうか。事の顛末をトシさんにも知らせなきゃいけませんしね。
Right. After we told our story, the men of the Shinsengumi went searching for Takeda, but unfortunately, there were no useful hints. He could have drifted off somewhere along the river, or died due to his injury. Or he could have left Kyo altogether. We couldn't let our guard down, but now that he had one arm, he wouldn't be able to hold his sword. The Shinsengumi concluded that even if he were alive, he would never try to get revenge on the Shinsengumi, so they stopped their search for him. July 1867. 3 months had passed since Ito had left the Shinsengumi, taking his men and others with him. Late one evening, I laid in my warm futon at an hour where I should have been asleep, but I was tossing and turning in my bed. My mind was wide awake. I wasn't falling asleep anytime soon. But why? I was nervous, certainly, and I trained earlier that day, but neither of those was anything new. I needed to get to sleep soon, or I'd oversleep in the morning, and that would be embarrassing. As I forced my eyes shut for the thousandth time, I heard someone calling out for me.
Yukimura, まだ起きてるか?
Alright, we're going to this scene. Well, it's skipping. I'm going to turn the air on because it's hot.
よ
ごめん。彼女
お前
よそうもはまあいきな分かった。
我々
いえあなた
なぜ
このあんな
何度
な
ど
彼
それ確か
いえその
彼らなら実本来私
なちょっ
の
よし
この国に幕府ほとんど鬼の強力な多く人間です。鬼の人
それ
今そしてあなた雪村家ですがあなた分かっ純鬼の風間今のそう例え
心
今まで互角に
では本
シンパチ確かずっと
そう
そう
お気持ち実あなたですから
なん
だらら。
肘風間の
それ鬼それだ
ずおき
またもし
そう
ちょっ
感じ
雪村よかった
せあち
まあ我々彼女
な
二人きりに
ありがと
Alright. Ah. Oops. Alright. Air's off. Let's continue. And the answer is surprising.
とつこまいき鬼それしん今後そんな時あなたもしかしてここから離れたくない理由でもあるの？
Is there a reason?
誰か心に思う人がいるとか。
Well, the answer is actually yes, surprisingly, even though Iba is not part of the Shinsengumi, he is at least some part, sort of. Alright.
あなそ
Skipping!
はいええ
わかっそう
こき
い
くれ
And yeah, there we go.
雪村
Yes, Shimada, hi.
はい奴らの狙い
Okay, so we're gonna go find the others. I have to go, Shimada.
いけません絶対に君をここから出すなと副長が仰せです
Those demons are here for me. If anyone gets hurt, maybe they'll listen to me. That's why they're here, right? What if I could convince them to leave peacefully? Please, I'm begging you, let me go. I know that they are here for me. So if I could convince them, maybe Cosmo and the others would hear me out. Actually, we've seen this combination before.
そうただここ
Da 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 da. Let's go. Let's go, Shimada.
Yuki.
And then poor Shimada is thrown to the ground. Yes. Hi. Yes. Hi, Kazuma. You're way too fucking close, and I need you to fucking let me go, you know? I don't want to be near you. Also, you don't know anything. You don't even know anything about the Shinsengumi situation.
事情を知ったからといって目をつぶれというのか新選組屯所に討ち入るとは大した度胸だなおこれ
So what are we supposed to do now?
鬼言っとそいつ
What was I to do? Trust the Shinsengumi. I decided long ago that I would trust them. The men of the Shinsengumi had far more experience and skill than I did. The safest thing for me to do now would be to leave the situation to them. My eyes met Harada's. They were calm, confident, and warm. Even quite literally in the grip of the enemy as I was, his gaze made me feel safe somehow. I would be fine.
門の周りにいた連中はあらかた片付きました。おい。確か。
Alright, let's go. We can skip this because we've seen this. We've seen this in
そのままじっとしてろ。
Cosmo's
何があっても顔を上げるなよ。
I trust Harada. I will not look up.
おご遠慮し。あてあ。
ど。あふっ。と。
ど。
今日に。
ば。
I'll tie shit. Why are you still here? Go fuck off. I will dub this scene when we do Harada's, okay? I'm not doing this one right now. I'm doing it when we get to Harada, alright? I want to redo the scene, but I just want to do it when we're doing Harada's. Because doing it during Kazuma just felt so fucking weird.
よし、そんじゃあお前は部屋に戻れよ。送っていってやるから。いいからこれぐらいさせろ。な。
Alright. Now what? After time passed to the following day. Alright. The whole announcement of we're moving! We're being kicked out while not being kicked out entirely.
いや、まあいいや。あ、さす。もととそれ移転。ほ、まあ。
Alright, so we get a new place and it's being built and we're gonna move! Courtesy of the Nishihonwanji monks. We're moving. It's not November. Oh, it's November. They've been through this. I forgot the line. It's still November. Ah. November 1867. We had reached the halfway point in the month, and the weather was growing increasingly harsh as the chill became more frequent. Dusk had come after a short blustery day. Iba and Motoyama were visiting the compounds. I poured some tea for everyone. I tried my best to act with decorum as I handed each person their tea.
いやー、しかし広いですね。最初の豚書とのあまりの違いに驚きましたよ。さすがトシさんですよね。どうやって西本願寺からこれほどの条件を引き出したんです？
人聞きの悪いことを言うんじゃねえ。俺たちはあくまでも先方の行為に甘えただけだ。
Iba and Hijikata-san both smiled as they spoke. They looked like they were enjoying themselves. Here you go. I placed a cup of tea in front of Motoyama, and he jumped slightly. Why are you afraid of me? I am the most harmless thing in here. Kind of.
ありがとう。美味しそうな茶だね。
Oy. It always seemed like Motoyama acted a little sheepishly, but he managed to smile through it.
ところで伊庭君、今日は一体どういった用事でここに？
Ida daintily dabbed a napkin on his lips, and then he spoke quietly.
はい。ここ数日、今日の警護衆たちの様子がやけに物々しいのはなぜかご存知かと思って。
Kondo-san and Hijikata-san looked at one another, both wearing a bitter expression. Then they both sighed heavily.
土佐の坂本龍馬ってやつを知ってるか？
Iba nodded. Supposedly, Sakamoto was a charismatic influencer who was active with domains in the western region. The rumor about him even said that he was able to unite the Satsuma and Choshu together. And just recently, allegedly, he has played a large role in restoring imperial rule through the Tosa.
我々から見ると、今すぐにでも捕らえたい相手ではあるのだが。
そう簡単にいきゃ苦労しねえよ。
With regards to Sakamoto, the Shinsengumi men had been pursuing him for a while now. However, due to certain political pressures, he was considered untouchable in various parts of Japan.
しかし、坂本を狙っているのは我々だけではないからな。
だな。見回り組の連中は前に坂本に面目を潰されたらしいから相当恨んでるって聞くぜ。
なるほど。先ほど見回り組の方々がやけに殺気立っていたのはそのせいですか？
坂本も坂本で自覚があるのかないのか、わざわざ幕府側を挑発するような真似をしやがるし、ありゃいっぺん切られねえとわからねえんじゃねえのか。
Iba fell silent, concentrating deeply, and then he turned to face Hijikata.
トシさん、もし坂本の所在を掴んでいるのなら教えてください。もし今彼が暗殺されるようなことになれば間違いなく大騒動になります。新選組の方が忠告しても聞き入れないでしょうから、僕の方から伝えておきます。
Hijikata-san sighed and continued.
それも一理あるか。
Eventually, Hijikata-san stood up and he nodded towards Iba and Motoyama.
わかった。ついてきてくれ。一応当たりはつけてある。
はい。
わかりました。
They all stood, Motoyama rushing to get up, and they left the common room. I had hoped everything would be okay. I was putting away the cups as I turned these thoughts over in my mind. Well, I noticed the bag left where Motoyama was sitting. Kondo-san, look at this.
本山君の忘れ物かな？まだ門のところにいるはずだから持って行ってあげなさい。
Hi. I rushed and followed him in the direction Hijikata-san went. I'd found them at the entrance. Motoyama. Just as I was approaching them.
副長、見回り組の件でお知らせしたいことは。
Yamazaki, who had come running from the opposite side of me, was speaking nervously.
ちょうどその話をしてたとこだ。話してくれ。
Yamazaki seemed unsure whether or not it was appropriate to reveal his information in front of Iba or me, as he nervously glanced towards us. But he made up his mind and spoke up.
実はここ数日、見回り組が怪しげな動きを見せています。腕の立つ手勢をよりすぐっており、まるで大きな動きを起こそうとしているかのよ
うな。大きな動きか。山崎、お前はどう見る？
Yamazaki was about to answer, then he stopped himself. He paused to think. Then he finally spoke.
おそらくは暗殺かと。それも かなりの大物を狙っているとしか思えません。
まさか。
As Iba began to realize the implications, Hichikata-san perked up and he began running. He must have been running towards the location in which Sakamoto was allegedly hiding.
雪村君、俺は局長にこのことを伝えに行く。君は副長との連絡係に。
Yamazaki gave a big gulp. Hichikata-san had already taken off running. Surely he must have realized that I couldn't possibly run after Hichikata-san alone. Iba, after watching the events unfold in front of him, offered a solution.
僕が責任を持ってこの子を守ります。トシさんのことも止めます。それが最善ですよね。
Yamazaki seemed slightly relieved that such an immediate solution came forth.
お願いします。事態は一刻を争うので。
本山、今聞いた話を各所に伝えてきてくれますか。
ああ、頼まれた。
それじゃあ行きましょう。
Aye. We looked towards one another and nodded. We were running in the direction towards which Hichikata-san had run off. My brain is slowly melting. Around us was the darkened streets of Kyoto. Somehow we had found ourselves in Omiya. But the place was filled with an assortment of people. It was so late, yet this place was still busy. I was getting a bad feeling of it all, so I spoke to a passerby to find out what was going on. Did something happen?
何でも中で切り合いがあったらしいよ。人が大怪我したとか。
Iba turned around.
あ、トシさん。
We had found Hichikata-san a little distance away, and we ran towards him.
なんだ、八郎はともかく、お前まで。まあいい。万が一の時のため、怪我の手当てができる人間がいた方がいいか。
Hichikata was muttering to himself.
トシさん、見てください。あの人確か土佐藩の。
Iba was pointing towards a group of men dressed in samurai attire. They were commanding different civilians to make way as they tried to enter the store.
お前たちはここにいてくれ。俺は中の様子を確かめてくる。
わかりました。気をつけて。
Hijikata disappeared into the Oimuya that was currently flooded with people. Oyumiya, damn it, Oyumiya that was currently flooded with people. We had waited in front of the store for what felt like a long while.
トシさん、遅いですね。まさか。
Iba looked as though he were growing impatient, and he cautiously gazed at the store. It had been almost 30 minutes since Hijikata-san had entered the store, but for us, it felt like an eternity. Finally, Hijikata-san had emerged from the store.
トシさん、どうでした？中の様子は？
Iba approached Hijikata-san timidly, but the latter looked very distressed. He didn't have to answer. From his silence, we could pick up the pieces of what had happened. Even though he seemed bitterly disappointed, Hijikata-san began to open up.
どうやら坂本と中岡ってやつが襲われたらしい。坂本は即死、中岡は一命は取り留めたが、あの様子だとそう長くは持たねえだろうな。
As Iba had suggested earlier in the evening, if Sakamoto were to be assassinated, then it would cause waves to ripple throughout the country. Then it must mean Hijikata-san began giving orders while I stood there, having not the faintest idea of what to do.
俺はここに残って辺りの様子を確かめておく。長居して余計な疑いを招く気はねえが、気になることもあるからな。八郎、悪いがこいつを豚書まで連れて帰ってやってくれ。
わかりました。行きましょう。
I nodded, and together Iba and I headed back towards the compounds.
お腹空いてませんか？なんならどこかで何か食べていきましょうか。
Yeah. Now that I was thinking about it, I hadn't eaten anything since the afternoon, but I couldn't bring myself to eat right now. It seemed like Iba picked up on that much at least. Our conversation stopped and our footsteps echoed throughout the dark, empty streetways. When we reached the Kamo River, Iba stopped walking.
坂本龍馬が殺されたことで、この今日の町は大きく揺れ動くでしょう。
The sincerity of his voice, given the current circumstances, made my body tense up. It was a little painful to imagine, but I was sure that he would be right in the near future. Are we going to war? Iba didn't answer immediately. We both watched as the moonlight hid behind the thick clouds above us, and he stayed silent. I pressed on. Just like after the Ikeda Inn incident, when the Choshu attacked us. I wasn't too familiar with politics, but I felt the same anxiety now as I did back then. The Choshu became angry as a result of losing their retainer at Ikeda, so they attacked Hamaburi Gate. Then I knew something similar would happen. The uncertainty of it all made me feel so restless as we shivered in the cold Kyoto evening, but Iba continued to stay silent for a moment.
状況が少し違います。
え？
あの時は長州から御所を守りきり、幕府側が勝利を収めました。
Back then? What about now? Iba seemed unsure on how he should answer. But then he decided to open up, even though his voice told me he didn't believe what he was saying.
2度目の長州征伐の失敗で幕府の権威は地に落ちています。そんな時、長州藩に攻めてくる口実を与えてしまった。そして金門の変の時は幕府側についていた薩摩藩が今度は長州の後ろ盾となり京に登ってくるはずです。
Oh look, it's spelled correctly here. It says Hamaguri. As Iba told me all of this, I became speechless. This happened so quickly. Our lives were changing. Iba sighed, as if burdened by the suddenness of these changes, and he bit his lips tenderly.
この今日は再び戦場になるかもしれません。その時、果たしてどれだけの者が戦えるのか。
His words struggled to come out, as if encumbered by blood rising through his throat. No. I was surprised to hear Iba tell me all of this, and I began to panic internally. Iba, you're an official guard of the shogunate. Why would you think in such a way? He looked like he was fighting back tears, and he simply shook his head.
逆ですよ。幕府の中にいるからこそわかるんです。長州征伐が失敗に終わったことで、徳川審判ですら幕府の力に疑いを持つところが出てきている。僕のような旗本御家人でさえ本気で戦をするなどと考えていない者も多い。今の幕府のために戦う家臣が果たしてどれほどいるか。
I didn't know what I could say to Iba. I knew this was all tough for him to admit, especially because he was a Bakushin. But even then, it must have been something that came from his gut instinct. What could I possibly say? Well, you have the Shinsengumi. I said this under the clear light of the radiant moon as it crept from behind the clouds. It seemed as though my comment caught him off guard. Iba's eyes grew wide as he stared at me. I know this because I've been with the Shinsengumi after all of this time. I'm positive that they would risk all of their lives to fight this war with you. No matter what happens, I trust them to fight until the bitter end. Silence returned beside the flowing river. He looked at me with a worried expression. Then he sighed and closed his eyes for a moment.
そうですね。
Unlike earlier, this time it seemed like he was more at ease by the prospect.
確かにそうです。トシさんたちならきっと最後まで戦ってくれる。今の幕臣にはない覚悟の強さを感じられるからこそ、僕もついついあの人たちのところに足を向けてしまうのかもしれません。もちろんあなたに会いたいというのも理由の一つではありますけど。
Iba laughed momentarily, then quietly turned to face the river again.
Shinsen組の人たちは僕たちよりずっと武士なのかもしれませんね。
He seemed to glow with a lot of respect as he said this, and I nodded to agree. Eventually, silence returned between us, and the only sound was the flow of the river beside us. Iba stared deeply at the moon, which at this point had inched away from the clouds and shone brightly above us, causing the river to sparkle in kind.
できるだけ早く今日を離れてください。
What did he say? His words shocked me, and I had been told to leave the Shinsengumi out of personal concern before, but this time was different. This time, these words were backed by conviction.
新選組に対する義理や行動さんのこと、いろいろな事情があるのはわかります。すぐに決めるのは難しいでしょうけど、でもできるだけ早くそうした方がいい。
Through the urgency of Iba's voice, I could sense just how much he cared about me. Of course, he had just said so himself earlier. But because he was so familiar with the internal politics of the shogunate, I knew he truly believed what he said would become of Kyo. So I should have taken him for his words, but I...
気持ちはわかります。でも今度こそ本当に命を落とすかもしれない。その時僕が守ってあげられればいいでしょうけど、 そうできるとは限らないんです。以前武田さんに殺されそうになった時のことを忘れたわけじゃないですよね。
I jumped at the thought. True, what he said may have had some merit. I'm fine, okay? I said so stubbornly, hoping he'd just drop it.
何が大丈夫なんですか？
Although he wasn't raising his voice, I could still sense the coldness in his question. Perhaps he was becoming frustrated by my unwillingness to budge. Was he really irritated that I wouldn't just take his word at face value? If I get hurt, I'll just recover quickly, so I'll be fine. Suddenly, I remembered the moment in which Takeda called me a monster. Sure, I may be a little bit different from a normal human, but because of his powers, maybe I could be of some use to the Shinsengumi. Even I, without any battle experience, could do my part if the time ever came.
僕は大丈夫なんかじゃありません。
Those were not the words I was expecting to hear from him.
あなたが傷を負うぐらいならこの身を切り刻まれる方がまだマシだ。たとえすぐに傷が治るとしてもそれでいいなんて割り切れるはずがない。だから怪我をしても大丈夫なんて言わないでください。誰が何と言おうとあなたは普通の女の子なんですから。
No. I could sense warmth welling in my chest as he spoke to me with such concern. I never expected him to care for me in the way he did. I'm different than a normal girl. Like Takeda had said, I guess I couldn't blame someone for thinking I'm a monster. But for Iba to see me for otherwise... Tears began to form on as my cheeks flared up. The closeness of our relationship made me blush with emotion, and the intimacy of his kindness drew me in as I watched him smile warmly. I was able to tell him a secret all those years ago that I couldn't share with anyone else, only him. I fought back the tears as I shined the brightest smile I could to let him know how much it all meant. Thank you, Iba. I felt bad that I couldn't do exactly what he had asked of me, but if something truly dangerous were to happen to me, I'll do as you say. He gave a small sigh.
まったくあなたはよほど僕をやきもきさせたいと見える。わかりました。それじゃあ僕は幕府とあなたの両方を守ることにしましょう。
After Iba sighed, he looked up again at the moon hovering above. Shortly after, his tone became a little more cheerful.
豚書に戻りましょうか。お互いこれから大変そうですけど。
And we returned to Fudodo village. After the assassination of Ryoma Sakamoto, the Shinsengumi were facing an even bigger situation. Before November ended, the Guardians of the Imperial Tomb, which was Ito's faction, had been undergoing serious internal strife. Saito had joined the Guardians of the Imperial Tomb with the Shinsengumi's spy. And based on the intelligence report, the Shinsengumi had assassinated Ito. Bleh. The attack on the Guardians eventually became known as the Abura no Koji incident. During this incident, the demons and the Satsuma intervened, and Heisuke had suffered a critical injury during the resulting altercation. In order for Heisuke to survive, he was forced to drink the serum. At the same time, Shikage Kazuma had planned and executed a coordinated attack on the compounds. The serum, brought into the Shinsengumi by my father, was now slowly eating all of them away. My heart began sinking from the weight of it all. Okay, we can skip. Skip. Skip, skip. Skip, skip, skip.
お前相手じゃあいそんすけそんわもし山なんおい
Stay here, right? Yeah, I'll stay here.
なん
Skip. And we got another scene to skip, which includes Harada. Oh. Oh. Why is it like that? Well, skipping anyway. Good. Are we at chapter 5 now? Almost. Here we are. Oh. I remember what's gonna happen now. Oh, shit. It was the winter of 1867. The end of the year was approaching us. Iba had warned me not too long ago that I should leave Kyoto, but I had no time to make a decision. Kyoto's political climate had grown increasingly tense everywhere I looked. The threat of war loomed ominously as the shogunate and Satcho prepared their armies. As a precaution, the Shinsengumi was ordered to guard the Fushimi magistrate, which was being fortified as a shogunate safeguard in Kyoto. Kondo-san joined an envoy en route to Fushimi Castle as part of a delegation to discuss key strategies when an attempt on his life critically wounded him. I said that fast. Oh no. The assailant was a gunman, so we needed to perform urgent care on him immediately, and the captains waited anxiously for our updates.
Yamazaki, どうだったんだ? 近藤さんの様子は?
今は少し落ち着いたらしく眠っておられますが、傷が思った以上に深い様子で、銃弾は摘出しましたが、我々ではここまでが限界です。ここでは道具にも限りがありますし。
Ijikata-san watched quietly, seemingly deep in thought as he was listening to Yamazaki's report. Eventually,
医者っつうと、今ちょうど松本先生が大坂城にいるはずだな。ここじゃいつ戦になるかわからねえ。今のうちに向こうに移した方がいいか。
Ijikata-san's head hung low with a bitter expression as Shimada bowed his head apologetically.
申し訳ありません。俺が身を挺してでも局長をお守りするべきでした。
何言ってんだよ。近藤さんが殺されずに済んだのは お前の働きがあってのことだろうが。
しかし
済んだことを悔やんでもしょうがねえ。それよりも今は傷が広がらねえよう手を打つのが先だ。本人にとっちゃ不本意だろうが、近藤さんには大坂城でしばらく養生してもらうしかねえか。ちょうど病人もいるしな。
Hijikata-san's order made me gasp. He had been talking about...
病人つうのは誰のことだ？もしかして。
Haruta was sharp, so I'm sure he had been thinking about the same person as I was.
掃除のことだよ。あいつの病は老害だ。
なんだと？
Ah, so this is when everybody knows. Oh, we found the moment, people! We found the moment! After seeing Okita get worse and worse over the past few months, I had a feeling that that was the case. So Okita officially had tuberculosis. To my knowledge, the disease was incurable. Once you've contracted it, all you could do was rest, hoping that you could do whatever it took to stave the disease's progression until...
なるべく早く近藤さんたちを大坂城に移す手はずを整えねえとな。
Hijikata-san, who was probably more worried than anyone here, seemed focused on the future, trying to find solutions even as things seemed grim. Given the circumstances, there was no way I could insert any of my own worries into the situation. On the contrary, it motivated me to do whatever I could to help them during this rough period. After a few days had passed, I was preparing the arrangements for Kondo-san and Okita's departure to Osaka Castle when...
雪村君、ちょっといいですか？君に来客です。
Oh, sure. Please give me a moment. I quickly wrapped up their clothing into bags, and Shimada led me to the common room where I saw...
こんにちは。元気にしていましたか？
Iba! What are you doing here? I think this is the third time we've said this line.
近藤さんを大坂城へ移送する際、護衛を務めさせていただくことになりました。それから今は奥詰めではなく遊撃隊と名を改めることになりました。どうぞお見知りおきを。
Ugeki unit. I'm gonna have to do some more research, alright. Ugeki unit.
せっかくの年の瀬だし、本当ならのんびりと来年の抱負でも語りたいところなんですがね。
He sighed lightly, and then Iba turned to face Hijikata-san.
それで近藤さんの容体はどうなんです？
目は覚ましてくれたが熱がなかなか下がらねえ。掃除の方もとても剣を握れる状態じゃね
えな。なるほど。
Iba bowed his head, closing his eyes for a brief moment. He too has shared a long history with Kondo-san, so I'm sure he was worried about the possible outcome of Kondo-san's condition. However, he snapped back up, as if preventing himself from ruminating on what could possibly be.
わかりました。それでは我々が責任を持って二人を大坂城へと運びます。
Hijikata-san shook his head slowly.
え。いや、二人じゃねえ。三人だ。
え
？3人？
I wondered who the third person could be. It couldn't have been any of the captains, since all of them were needed at the magistrate.
なに人事みてえな顔してやがる。お前も大坂城へ行くんだよ。
What? Me? I had absolutely no idea what I'd be going to Osaka, so naturally I was dumbfounded. Hijikata-san doesn't tell us shit.
なるほど。 医術の心得がある彼女に近藤さんや沖田君を介抱してもらうつもりですか？
そういうことだ。薩摩の連中がやる気になってやがるからな。近いうちにこの京ででかい戦が起きる。そんな状況でこいつをこのままここに留め置くわけにはいかね
え。Hijikata-san's intentions were good, and what he'd said made sense, but I couldn't bring myself to nod in agreement. It looked as though Iba understood him, nodding in agreement to Hijikata-san's proposition. But then he looked over to me as if he was hoping for me to say how I'd felt about the idea. How should I respond? Well, if those are the commander's orders... Honestly, I had no desire to leave from the Shinsengumi with all that was going on, but... If those are the commander's orders, I accept. As I gritted my teeth subtly, I was intentionally screaming from accepting an order I didn't want. Internally screaming from accepting an order I didn't want. My heart sank like a heavy stone in my chest as the reality of leaving began to settle. When Hijikata-san heard my answer, he closed his eyes, perhaps a little relieved, but then...
今の言葉は本当にあなたの本心ですか？
As usual, Iba seemed to see right through my intentions, and his question got right to it.
おい八郎、余計なことを言うんじゃね
え。余計なことじゃありませんよ。大事なことです。
Iba had already impressed upon me the importance of escaping Kyoto as soon as I could. Considering his own duties, there was really no need for him to look after what I wanted. But even then, Iba had been watching out for me. The manner in which he'd acknowledged the position I was in and put what I wanted into consideration gave me the confidence to speak my mind. If I told either of you that I wasn't concerned about Kondo-san and Okita-san, I'd be lying. I think that having someone by their sides to treat and care for them is important. However, if war were to break out soon, as you suggested, then what will become of the others here? When I think about all of the men who may suffer serious injuries here, it pains me to think that I'd be abandoning them all to leave for Osaka. As I spoke my mind, Iba's eyes twinkled kindly, and he turned to Hijikata-san.
だそうですよ、トシさん。確かに近藤さんや沖田君の看病は彼女でなくてもできるし、酷な言い方かもしれませんけど、彼女がついていって病状が良くなるわけでもないですよね。何よりこのまま連れて行ったら僕が彼女に恨まれてしまいそうです。
Resent you? Hijikata-san curled his lips bitterly and he let out a troubled sigh.
たく、お前もこいつに感化されちまったか。しょうがねえ。江戸の女には勝てねえか。
Never gonna win against an Edo woman.
確かにそうかもしれませんね。にしてもまさかトシさんに勝てる女の人が日野のお姉さん以外にいるなんて思いませんでしたよ。
余計なことを言うんじゃねえ。
T. Hijikata-san turned his eyes at Iba, and Iba simply laughed it off. However, Hijikata-san's tone shifted back to a serious one.
ま、薩摩の連中はやる気満々らしいが、幕軍は別に戦をしに来たわけじゃねえ。連中の挑発に乗りさえしなきゃ戦になることはねえはずだ。
I found another typo.
たとえ戦になったとしても、薩長が動員できる兵の数はたかが知れてる。まず負けることはねえさ。
Hijikata-san expressed confidence in the shogunate's odds, but...
そう、 ですよね。
Iba's answer vexed me. Usually, Iba trusted whatever Hijikata-san said and responded with a smile. But this time, not even Iba's handsomeness could hide the lines of worry in his face, and he tried to play it off.
トシさん、彼女のことをくれぐれもよろしくお願いします。あなたもトシさんや新選組の方々の命令をきちんと聞くようにしてください。
Of course.
それじゃあ近藤さんたちを大阪まで運ぶ支度をしましょうか。彼らのところに案内してくれますか？
Of course. Please come this way. I led Iba to where Kondo-san and Okita had been resting.
沖田君、大丈夫ですか？歩けますか？
歩けるように見える？君ってほんと嫌味だよね。
見えません。肩を貸しましょう。僕の首に腕を回してください。
剣を振るう覚悟もない相手に気を使わせるなんて、僕も落ちたものだよね。
Damn. Okita struggled to breathe, continuing to cough painfully, and he was taken outside. And Kondo-san, too, was moved from the building.
無念とはこういう気分のことを言うのだろうな。大樹公の御ために働かねばならんこの時期にこのような怪我をしてしまうとは。
心配すんな。あんたの留守は俺たちが守ってみせるさ。
Hijikata assured Kondo-san confidently. Then Kondo-san seemed to relax a little from his words.
後のことは頼んだぞ、トシ。
Hijikata-san nodded his head deeply. After we watched the Yugeki unit carry the two of them out, Iba turned to face me one last time to ask me a question.
本当にいいんですね。
Without any hesitation, I nodded my head. This is the path I chose. Iba's eyes sparkled, and he seemed like there was something he wanted to say, but instead he thinned his eyes. As a cool breeze blew against the background of sunset, Iba closed his eyes slowly. We paused for a moment, basking in the silence. Then he spoke softly, practically to himself.
本当なら無理やりにでもあなたを連れて行きたいところなんですけど、そうすればきっとあなたを一生後悔させてしまうことになる。
All I could do was stare at the ground. I knew that my decision had hurt someone very close to me. I wasn't so oblivious that I couldn't see how what I wanted was against what he wanted.
先ほどトシさんはああ言っていましたが、薩長はどんな手を使ってでも徳川家を叩き潰すつもりです。おそらく戦になるでしょう。
Iba had warned me of this back during the Omiya incident. What do you think the chances of victory are?
わかりません。数ならば幕軍が上回っているはずですが、戦というものは兵の数だけで決まるものではありませんから。
Iba expressed an anxiety of his in the past, that the Hatamoto and Shogunate vessels were in no way prepared for a serious conflict, and the Shogunate had experienced such defeat during the second Choshu expedition. Iba suddenly grabbed a hold of my hand, and he drew me close to him almost forcefully.
絶対に死なないでくださいね。危険だと思ったら どんな手を使ってでも逃げて生き延びてください。今日君の願いを聞くべきじゃなかった。無理やりにでも大坂城に連れて行くべきだったって。僕を後悔させるような結末にはしないと約束してください。
His hands quivered as they clasped mine. As children, we held hands numerous times. When he would read to me, I remembered thinking about how soft and delicate his hands were. And now, even as we'd grown up, his hands were still giving me great warmth and comfort. I must do whatever it takes not to break his heart. As we neared our goodbyes, my heart felt heavy with the anticipation of missing him. I promise you that I'll never do anything to hurt you, Iba. As I gave him my promise, he shared with me the same familiar smile I had grown to admire.
確かに約束しましたよ。
Then, almost painfully, he released my hands, and so he left with Kondo-san and Okita. As I watched him leave, I spoke to him internally. Thank you so much, Iba. I vow to keep my promise, no matter what. So please, be safe as well. As the winds carried the dead leaves around my feet, I stood there, watching Iba leave until the small of his back disappeared into the horizon. January 3rd, 1868. We're so close. Almost a month had passed since the Shinsengumi was tasked with guarding the Fushimi magistrate. Tensions were still brewing between the Shogun and Sacho armies. Our enemies attempted night raids and instigated small skirmishes, doing everything they could to provoke the Shinsengumi into retaliation. As it seemed, both sides were coming to a point. It only took one gunshot for war to break out. I'd heard a thunderous explosion outside, as if the sky fell and crashed onto all of Kyoto. I hope no one knew I was hurt. I hope no one I knew was hurt. Please, anyone out there, stay safe. I clasped both of my hands tightly and I began to pray to myself for hope. Then I felt a soft hand tap my shoulder with the tips of his fingers.
大丈夫。心配はいらんよ。彼らはきっと無事に戻ってきてくれるさ。池田屋の時だってそうだったじゃないか。
Anyway, I knew that he was trying to comfort me so that I'd remain calm, but the hellish sound of gunfire from the outside, without any idea of what was going on, made it difficult to think about anything else. Doesn't this worry you, Inoue? The Shinsengumi men have been fighting alongside you for years, since Edo too. Inoue gave me a kind smile, tilting his head slightly as he answered.
不安がないと言えば嘘になるがね。人にはそれぞれ命を懸けるべき役目ってものがある。だから焦ったりやけっぱちにならず、その時を待つべきだと、そう考えているだけだよ。
Everyone has roles to play. Inoue had a way with words that subdued my anxieties, even as I grew more nauseous. I wasn't sure if it came off that way to him, but I was becoming almost sick with worry. Thank you, Inoue. I think I understand what you mean. Everyone had roles to play. I guess for me, that meant my role was to treat whoever was injured in this tumultuous time. After all, I was the one who decided to stay back, so I must do everything I can to support them. Just then,
雪村先輩、俺に何かできることはありませんか?
oh my god, Soul Mind is, blue. Well, it's not blues, but I guess we can call them blues. Soma, who had recently joined the soldiers defending Kyo, was nervous as he asked, "Of course, let's prepare our treatment stations. Can you please fetch some water from the well?"
わかりました。すぐに。
Soma sprinted towards the well. Okay, so for now, I need to fold my clean cloths, and I need to find some needles for stitches too. As I was making a mental list of necessary supplies.
くそ、三が日も明けねえうちから戦が始まるなんてよ。あいつら、本当に日本人か？せめて七草貝を食うまでは休ませろよな。
Oh my god.
ま、あの池田屋事件だって祇園祭りの宵山の時期だったしな。
Soon after, warriors that I'd seen leave the magistrate to fight were being rushed in for treatment. From what I'd seen, the fighting must be horrible. The soldiers were covered in soot from head to toe. Hey, is everyone safe?
我々はいい。負傷した大使を見てやってくれ。
As Saito had ordered me, I was looking after the maimed men that seemed to pour in. Okay, this may sting a little. Luckily, many of the men I was treating didn't have life-threatening injuries. At least, I could take solace in this, and I approached Nagakura to ask him something. Any word on how the war's going?
それがどうにも芳しくなくてよ。
Huh? But from what Hijikata-san had told me, the Shogunate forces were well armed, and more than enough to handle the Sacho and Kyo.
兵力は明らかにこっちが上なんだが、薩長側はやけに遠くまで届く新型の銃を使ってやがってな。間合いに踏み込む前に撃たれちまう。しかも連発式だから弾込めしてる隙をつくこともできやしねえ。
No. I knew that. Despite the bad news Nagakura and Harada were sharing with me, there had to be some good news happening elsewhere from them. Even so, it seemed like the Shogunate was experience a tougher fight than they anticipated.
苦しい状況なのは確かだが、副長がこのまま一方的に敗北を喫するとは思えぬ。
だな。あの人の知恵にかけるしかねえか。
とりあえず俺たちは無傷の大使を集めてもう一度撃っててる。佐野、援護してくれるか？
おう、任せとけ。
The man spoke with such fearlessness, as if today were just any other day. Strangely, though, it only served to worsen my anxiousness for what's to come. Afterwards, Nagakura, who volunteered to lead a troop to charge straight through the enemy's front line, was growing more disenchanted. The Shogunate army had 15,000 men. The Sacho had less than a third of that, and yet the momentum seemed to be on their side. As the war continued, it wasn't only the Fushimi magistrate that was experiencing harsh fighting. Based on the reports piling in from the fronts, the Shogunate and Sacho troops were clashing everywhere men were stationed. This included the Ugeki unit, with whom Ibe was affiliated, around the Yodo domain. I could only imagine where the man who lamented the very idea of war coming to fruition could be at a time as frustrating as this. Was he away from the fighting? Was he hurt at all? Iba, please be safe. The scent of gunpowder stung my nostrils, and I watched the sky darken above. 2 days had passed since the fighting broke out. January 5th, 1868. The frequency of the cannon fire confused me as to whether they were approaching us or if they were celebrating their victory prematurely. All I knew was the cannon fire became non-stop. Several warriors lying injured in bed jumped from the frightening sound.
なんだ今の音は。もしやこの建物が壊されそうになってるのか。
It's all right, everyone. There's no need to worry, so please just rest. I had made attempts to comfort the warriors as they began to panic, but then... It sounded like the cannons were cracking into the building directly, bursting through the walls. The cannon fire was crumbling the roof above, and in the moment, I prepared for it to crash on top of me and kill me. But then...
大丈夫か?
I heard a familiar voice. Heisuke! Sanan-san too! It must have been because the sun was rising, but the two had returned from their night raid. So, how is it out there? Sanan-san's brow furrowed, silently shaking his head.
夜の闇に紛れて大砲を狙い、一定の戦果を上げることはできたのですが。
羅刹隊の人数は限られてるからな。俺たちだけで戦況を覆すのはちょっと無理だ。
Oh no. If our captain's swordsmanship and our fury courts combined weren't enough, then...
ここまでですかね。
Asana-san muttered his cynical musing to himself. Cannon fire rang in the background. Suddenly...
雪村君、無事かね?
Hijikata-san, Inoue!
あんたがこいつをかばってくれたのか。感謝するぜ。三男さん、平助。
Hijikata nodded his head to the two men, and Sanan-san remained stoic, offering no greeting.
土方君、口惜しいですが、もはや体勢は決しました。我が羅刹隊は敵を圧倒していますが、それでもここまで周囲に押し込まれていては意味がない。
Hijikata-san bit his lips, balling his hands into tight fists as his comrades shared his opinion. Hijikata-san's display made each of us aware just how frustrated, how hurt he must have been. In the past, Hijikata-san always seemed 2 steps ahead on the battlefield, with his courageousness and his intelligence. So seeing him entertain the idea of defeat seemed like something that was impossible for a man of Hijikata-san's experience to swallow. But eventually...
俺一人ならどんな目に遭わされようと最後の最後まで戦うんだがな。この場はやむを得ねえか。
The word seems to cause him pain as they left his mouth, and he turned to face the captains.
全軍撤退だ。三男さん、平助、しんがりとして援護を頼めるか。
心得ていますとも。
おう、任せてくれって。
I couldn't just sit and listen to them as they prepared to move into action. Is there anything I can do to help? Hijikata-san shot me one of his glances that seemed to indicate to me that he was annoyed. Sanan-san, on the other hand, paused for a moment before answering my question.
では、雪村君、君に一つ頼みたいことがあります。我々羅刹隊はこれより全員出撃して敵を食い止めることになりますが、その隙に羅刹について記した資料を井上さんと共に大坂城まで運んでほしいのです。
About the Furies?
これまで多くの犠牲を払い改良を繰り返してきた羅刹の資料、
そして何より落ち水が敵側に渡ると厄介なことになります。
I gulped at the thought. I had many horrible feelings towards the serum brought into the Shinsengumi by my father. Understood. I will protect them with my life.
頼みましたよ。持ち出すことが難しいもの、後に代用が効くものはここで焼き捨てます。君と井上さんに託すのは落ち水そのものや材料、そして最低限の書類のみです。
Sanan-san was communicating to me that there could be no mistakes. This was irreplaceable. My legs began trembling as I began to consider the burden of responsibility Sanan-san placed on me. I looked Sanan-san straight in the face and I nodded. Got it.
ではどうぞこちらへ。建物が崩れる前に渡しておかなくては。
We walked down the hallway, walls rumbling from the cannon fire, and Sana-san handed me the documents before Inoue and I left for Osaka. The amber sun was setting from the smoky sky. Since we'd been retreating with many injured Senshigumi warriors in tow, it was difficult to move quickly, and we were pressed for time. Inoue, do you think everyone else made it out safely?
心配はいらないさ。大坂城へ着けば彼らとは必ず合流できるんだからね。おととい伏見奉行所で言ったことを忘れたわけじゃないだろう。
No, I haven't. Everyone has their role. So no matter what, all I could do was be patient and prevent myself from acting rashly.
日が沈めば銃で狙いをつけるのは難しくなる。もう少しの辛抱だよ。
Walking on unpaved roads, I nodded to Inoue. Just then, an echo of nearby gunshots startled me and I gulped. Inoue ducked down, hiding behind a tree to get a better view of our surroundings.
あの着物は薩長の軍勢のようだね。
His confirmation made me grip the bandana on my waist tightly as my hair stood from fear. Harada had mentioned how these new guns could fire from an even further distance than usual. If we were caught, we'd be done for.
彼らに気づかれないようやり過ごすしかなさそうだ。
Inoue whispered softly, and we hid in the shady bushes as we waited for the men to pass. Inoue, where are we? As he left the main road to hide from the enemy patrol, Inoue and I had found ourselves separated from the rest of our convoy. During our initial escape, a warrior told us that other domains were joining the war. Domains that had previously declared neutrality were now siding with the Sacho to kill off any shogunate men, including leadership.
おそらく淀のあたりに近づいているのは確かだと思うが。
Yodo. If I remember correctly, Iba's Ugeki unit was close by. Was Iba still safe? Just then,
誰かがこちらへ近づいてくるぞ。雪村君、隠れて。
I hid in the shadows just as Inoue had commanded me to. A few moments later, I heard the taps of footsteps, and a shadow soon followed after. Who could it be? From what I could make out, it looked like a monk. Or could it be a doctor? But what would they be doing out here? As the shadow drew closer, the person's features became a little clearer. Then I gasped. It was... Father? As the words left my mouth, I froze, watching in disbelief to what was happening before me. There stood Father, whom I'd been searching for all this time, Koda Yukimura. As he heard my voice, Father slowly turned around.
その声はそこにいるのかい?
I had longed to hear his familiar voice for so long that I'd almost cried. Anyway, would it be alright if I showed myself to my father? I turned to Inoue, asking for permission despite the possible threat of enemies nearby. However, Inoue's eyes thinned, as if he were still suspicious, but then...
無事な姿を見せてあげたまえ。
He kindly obliged me, bowing his head. I nodded back to Inoue, sharing with him a momentary grin before I walked out of the bushes. Father, is that really you? At long last, it was him. I was flushed with so much emotion that it made me lightheaded. Father smiled brightly, and it seemed like he almost choked up as he greeted me.
久しぶりだね。綺麗になったな。
The only response I could muster was the slow shake of my head. Words struggled to come out. At some point, I honestly started to believe that I would never see him again. But there he was, right in front of me, looking as healthy as I wished he would be.
そちらにおられるのは確か新選組の井上さんでしたかな。娘をここまで連れてきてくださってありがとうございます。
いや、礼には及びません。
Inoue also seemed relatively happy to see that I was reunited with my father. But what are you doing here? Where were you all this time? Father's expression became glum. His eyes tenderly gazed into mine.
長い間頼りも出せずにすまなかった。実は遠く離れたところに囚われていてね。
Taken captive? The horrible image of someone taking my father as a prisoner made me flinch. But father continued on, describing his journey without going into great detail.
お前も新選組に囚われているのだったね。私はお前を探しに来たのだよ。もしお前が今回の戦に巻き込まれて命を落としてしまったらと、それだけが気がかりでね。
Father. As he recounted his story, I could feel the anguish he must have been experiencing. I didn't want him to worry anymore. There was so much I needed to ask him, so much I've been wondering all this time. Now, Father, let's go to Kyoto Castle. The Shinsengumi has men there, and I'm sure they will keep us safe from the Sacho troops. In response, however, my father shook his head slowly.
残念だが、大坂城には行かないのだよ。私も、お前もね。
Father? What father said it seemed a little strange, and his tone became stern, confusing me somewhat. If he were an ally of the Shinsengumi, surely he would seek to rejoin them or contact the Tokugawa clan for aid. So why? Then it hit me. Father had said he was taken captive to some place far, far away. So how did he have any idea that I had been staying with the Shinsengumi all this time? The pieces weren't adding up, and the sense of unease worried me so much I began to back away.
今の言葉は一体どういう意味ですかな?
Inoue stepped in front of me, guarding me as he seemed to pick up on the inexplicable strangeness. Then father's tone became completely cold, one which was completely alien to me.
決まっているではないか。娘は新選組には返さぬと言っているのだ。
Why must you ruin good things, Kodo? You could have just had a life. But no. You choose this path every single fucking time. A haunting chill crept down my spine. I couldn't put my finger on it, but it was there. This wasn't the father I knew. Just then, I sensed someone was standing behind me. I turned around. I saw Takeda! It was Takeda, the Shinsengumi's former captain of the 5th Division. His eyes widened incredulously at the sight.
武田君、あんたは切られて死んだと聞かされていたのに、生きていたのか。
生きていたんだよ。そこにいるジジイに助けられてね。
Well, fuck.
なんだって。
Father had saved Takeda's life? A man who called me a monster, who threatened to reveal all of the Shinsengumi secrets, was working with my father? He must have been the one who had informed my father of my involvement with the Shinsengumi. As I attempted to make sense of all of this information, Father seemed ambivalent to my reaction, smiling straight at me. Then he reached his hands out to me, the same hands that used to comfort me as a child.
さあ、私たちと行こう。何も迷うことはないだろう。
I couldn't bring myself to accept his hand as easily as I would have in the past.
雪村君、行動さんは信用できるかい？
Inoue whispered discreetly to me. Before I left for Kyoto, and before I had met everyone in the Shinsengumi, taking Father's hand wouldn't have required a second thought. However, I was far too bothered by something to not be suspicious by all this. More than anything too, Sanon-san, Heisuke, Hijikata-san, and the rest of the Shinsengumi had placed their faith in me. As it stands, I trust in the men of the Shinsengumi far more than I trust my father. Inoue smiled kindly to my response, and it was in that moment that I made up my mind.
そうか。ありがとう。
Then he reached his hand to grip the sword on his waist, unsheathing it with a quick movement.
ここは私が引き受けよう。君は先に行きなさい。
His words slunk heavily, as if there was some finality to them, and it made me nervous. It was as if he didn't expect to come back with me eventually. Inoue? I anxiously called out to him, my voice shaky, but he looked at me with tired eyes, grinning once more.
大丈夫。私はこれでも新選組の組長だよ。時間を稼いだらすぐに後を追うさ。ここから一番近くにいるのは淀方面で戦っている遊撃隊だ。そこまで逃げれば伊庭君がいるはずだよ。
I gasped.
絶対に死なないでくださいね。
That is the wrong background. Because that line did not happen in that specific location.
危険だと思ったらどんな手を使ってでも逃げて生き延びてください。今日君の願いを聞くべきじゃなかった。無理やりにでも大坂城に連れて行くべきだったって。僕を後悔させるような結末にはしないと約束してください。
I made a promise to Iba. A promise that he wouldn't have to regret his trust.
さあ、生きたまえ。君は君の務めを果たしなさい。
I understand. We had a thing. We gotta do it. I understand. There was no way I could be okay with abandoning Inoue, but if I wished to fulfill my duties for the Shinsengumi and honor the trust Son placed in me, this was the only choice I had. Understood. I couldn't even look Inoue in the face as I answered him, so I kept my head facing the ground. However, I kept myself from crying as I continued to speak.
いい子だ。君に危ない真似はさせられんよ。もし君をここで死なせてしまったら、伊庭君にどれだけ恨まれるかわからない。
I knew that Inoue had said so jokingly, but the unspoken alternative made me want to cry. There were simply no words to say in return. Inoue had pointed the tip of his katana towards Takeda and my father.
行きなさい、雪村君。
I have to say something. I began to realize that this could be the very last time I see Inoue for as long as either of us live. I opened my mouth, and it was agape as I struggled to find anything meaningful to say. Then Inoue screamed at me, turning the pit of my stomach inside out.
行けと言っているだろう!
I shut my eyes tightly and I turned around to run away. Then, promise me that we'll meet back at Osaka Castle. I'll be waiting. With that, I broke into a sprint away from them. Inoue told me the other day that everyone has their role to play in times of war. That we couldn't afford to be impatient. Now I think I finally hit the time Inoue had been talking about. There was no reason for people to die needlessly when they still have a purpose to serve. Under the blood-red sky, I repeated this sentiment over and over again to push myself, one leg after the other, through the mountainous path.
イサミさん、トシさん、私にも今ならよくわかるよ。こうして誰かのために体を張る。これも一つの武士の形だと。
I flung my legs against cold, arduous ground, running until I felt like my lungs could burst. Then the echoes of footsteps alerted me from the distance, and I rushed to hide in the bushes. I poked my head out from behind the bush to get a closer look, and I saw enemy soldiers in a group. Had the enemies followed us all the way out here?
なんだ、どうかしたのか？
いや、何か物音が聞こえたような。気のせいか？
どうせ獣か何かじゃないのか？
そうだな。
The enemy soldiers spoke casually amongst themselves as they hiked down the trailway. I felt a great sense of relief as their footsteps grew further away and I exhaled greatly. Suddenly, I was struck with the memory of moments I shared tenderly with Iba.
何かあれば手紙で知らせてくださいね。どこにいても急いで駆けつけますから。そんな顔、あなたには似合いませんよ。今の状況を考えると難しいかもしれませんが、元気を出してください。本当なら無理やりにでもあなたを連れて行きたいところなんですけど、そうすればきっとあなたを一生後悔させてしまうことになる。
Iba had always shown me tremendous kindness, and he seemed to want what was best for me. If he were somewhere nearby, I could really use him in a time like this. However, expecting to find him at the moment felt like such a tough endeavor. So rather than lingering on that, I need to focus on getting these documents to Osaka Castle without letting anyone catch me beforehand. I mustered all my power and started running again. There was no way I could continue running. My heart nearly burst from my chest, and my throat was so dry that it felt like I'd swallowed sand. However, there was no time to rest. I haven't a moment to waste, and I needed to head to Osaka Castle as soon as possible. But my body didn't seem like it had anything left in it to get myself there. My exhaustion had consumed me, and as I lost my strength, I leaned against a tree to support myself. Every ounce of energy left in me was leaving me, one painful ache at a time. A familiar, soothing voice called out to me from afar. A voice belonging to someone I'd longed for dearly. Were my ears playing tricks on me? Was I hallucinating? My legs gave out, and as I was about to crumple to the stony ground, a pair of warm arms caught me delicately. And then...
やっぱりあなたでしたか。まさかとは思いましたが。
Iba? Surely I was hallucinating, but I wasn't. His hands held me tightly, giving me great comfort. His warmth almost rejuvenated me. This couldn't be a hallucination. Iba was here. He'd come back for me. What are you doing here? We're some way from Kyoto.
もしかしたらあなたももう知っているかもしれませんが、幕軍は各所で総崩れとなり撤退を始めています。僕たちは前線から撤退する他の隊の援護に向かっていたんです。
After Iba had informed of all that transpired, he looked at me sweetly, asking me a question.
君はどうしてここに、しかもたった一人で。もしかして新選組にトシさんたちに何かあったんですか。
Hijikata-san and the others are... I calmed my ragged breathing in order to get Iba up to speed. So, the Shinsengumi were holding their lines at the magistrate so I could escape. I must deliver this to Osaka Castle. I tightly gripped the knot of my knapsack tied around my back snugly.
それはもしかして例の。
I nodded curtly, nervous to answer. Just then...
こんなところにいたんだね。
Ah, fuck. Suddenly, Father had appeared out of nowhere, which startled me greatly. I could only assume that for my father to make him to me so quickly, Inoue gave his life fighting.
あなたはコードさんですか。
私を知っているのかね。
はい。幼い頃、あなたの診療所にお邪魔させてもらったことがあります。伊庭八郎と申します。
My father's eyes thinned as the memory returned to him.
おお、あの伊庭道場の子か。ずいぶんと立派になったね。再会を祝したいところだが、今は一刻を争う状況でね。娘をこちらへ渡してくれるかな。
渡せとは穏やかではないですね。どういうことですか。
Iba became immediately suspicious of Father. Out of the darkness emerged Takeda, like a ghoul summoned from the shadowy mist.
ようやく会えたな、伊庭八郎。この日を心待ちにしていたぞ。
As Iba watched Takeda appear, his eyes widened with surprise.
あれだけの怪我を負って生きていたのですか？
生きていた？違うな。生き返らされたのだよ。お前をなぶり殺すためにな。
Takeda laughed maniacally, and his right arm, previously severed by Iba, reached for his sword. And then Takeda sprung from where he stood, charging towards Iba with a frightful lunge.
腕だと。
Iba quickly drew his katana out of defense. As their blades met, sparks scattered above them, and the steel hissed with each strike. What is going on? I was dumbfounded as well. I saw Iba cut Takeda's arm off.
どうなってるんだ。その腕は確かに僕が。
何か言いたそうだな。そんなに私の腕が気になるか？
Takeda smirked sadistically, his eyes gazing down upon Iba as he broke into laughter. Just then, I remembered something Sanan-san said.
武田君は少し前の私に似ています。これ以上追い詰めるべきではありません。まあ確かに己の立場を笠に着て威張り散らすあたりは小物以外の何者でもありませんが、窮鼠猫を噛むという言葉もありますからね。油断しないに越したことはありません。
Sanan-san had informed me that Takeda's behavior followed a similar path to his own. Sanan-san too had lost his left hand, ending, as he thought at the time, his life as a swordsman. However, Sanan-san was able to wield his blade once more because of... Iba! Run! I screamed out for him, but... Yo, there was no sound effect. The sound effect was missing. Takeda's hair bleached to a brilliant white, and his eyes morphed into red pools. Then... Iba's sword was effortlessly smacked out of his hands.
たわいもないな。
Takeda wore a confident, menacing grin. Takeda, don't tell me that you drank the water of life. My voice quivered as I asked him.
半分は正解だが、半分は外れだよ。彼の腕は骨も剣も完全に断ち切られていた。いくら落ち水でも失われた腕を取り戻すことはできない。
Then how?
私が行っていたのは羅刹を生み出す研究だけではない。羅刹をさらに強化するにはどうすればいいか、それを研究していたのだよ。失われた腕を再生させることはできるのか、あるいは他の者の腕を代用することができるのかをね。
The man standing before me wasn't the kind, loving father I'd grown up knowing. The words coming from his mouth were something else entirely. I shuddered. Is this man really my father?
人間の腕で代用することはできなかった。だが、人とは比べ物にならぬ生命力を持った者の腕ならばどうだろう。
A creature that surpasses human strength? As I had asked, Takeda chimed in.
ちょうどいい。お前にも見せてやろうではないか。人知を超える力をこの私にもたらしたこの鬼の腕をな。
Takeda flexed his right arm, which was wrapped in thick, bloody bandages. As the bandages were torn off the arm, we all witnessed a gruesome abomination that was placed where Takeda's arm used to be.
Baka.
He no longer looked like a human, and Iba was frightened by the intimidating display.
どうだ？私は変わったぞ。力を手に入れた。貴様など相手にならぬほどの力を。
Iba remained in his fighting stance, and he fixed his gaze at Takeda.
お前は変わっていないな、伊庭八郎。人もまともに切れぬ道場剣術のままだ。
Oh man. Iba, watch out! An electric duel erupted between Iba and Takeda as their clashing blades echoed through the mountains. Iba kept up with the pace of Takeda's swing somewhat, parrying each strike well, but then...
遅いな。まるで水から這い上がってきた亀のようだぞ。
It was clear whose strength was greater. Takeda's technique better resembled a wild beast. He left Iba no room to breathe. Iba! I tried running up to him.
行くんじゃない。もし巻き込まれたらどうするんだ。
My father grabbed my arm and held me back. Please, let me go. At this rate, Iba will... I screamed frantically.
そういえば貴様は私の腕を切り落としてくれたな。そう。
Iba cried in anguish as his blood splattered wildly. I couldn't just sit and watch him in pain. I pushed my father away to run towards Iba. Iba! Iba! Please tell me you're alright, Iba! His left arm was sliced open, leaving what looked like a severe disfigurement. Even I could see that it would be impossible for Iba to ever wield a sword again. The bone was snapped, and its flesh and muscles were torn apart, oozing blood on the rocks. Even then, Iba had the strength to grit his teeth, holding his pained groans back. I'm sure that his pain was agonizing. I'm surprised he hadn't fainted from the shock. He wielded such incredible courage and willpower to maintain consciousness. It was nearly godlike.
どうだ伊庭八郎、この私と同じになった気分は。名門道場の跡取りが見る影もないな。貴様はもう一生刀を握れまい。
Takeda sneered over Iba, laughing to himself. Somehow Iba was able to return his taunts with a fierce glance.
なんだその目は。気に入らんな。左腕だけではなく、右腕も切り落としてほしいと見える。それとも、その化け物娘をお揃いにしてやる方がいいか？
As soon as Iba heard Takeda's insult, his eyes became thirsty for vengeance. Father, who had been standing behind Takeda, spoke out in a low tone.
武田君
It seemed like my father was reminding him of something, and Takeda became disinterested.
分かっている。この娘はもっと大切な役目があるというのだろう。
Takeda stepped towards me. Iba's face warped in pain and he struggled to get up. However, it seemed like Iba couldn't balance himself well and he fell back to the ground. Iba! I ran up to him and lifted his head up.
無様だな。その片腕でまだ抗うつもりか？
Oops. I don't mind skipping Takeda's lines. Iba's eyes still burned with righteous fury, and he snapped back at Takeda.
まだ僕には右腕が残っている。たとえ腕をもがれようと、足を落とされようと、僕が彼女を守らない理由にはならない。
I wanted to tell him that he needed to conserve his strength, but I held back from stopping him. He looked up at me and smiled warmly.
約束しましたから。小さな頃に君と。
The tender glow of nostalgia began to sparkle inside of me. What were those words? What happened to me when I was little?
さて、それでは手早く済ませるか。想像以上にあっけなかったな。
Takeda raised his blood-stained sword in the air before swinging it towards us. Then,
まさか自分が殺されそうになっても約束を守る人間がいるとは思わなかったわ。あの時の彼女を守るって言葉は嘘じゃなかったみたいね。
that voice. Sen!
遅くなっちゃってごめんなさいね。あなたたちの行方を追うのに意外と手間取っちゃって。
Sen silently shot a grim look towards my father. Her voice loomed over us all as he carried with it a declaration directed towards my father.
雪村家の暴流筋がヤセの里から鬼の腕を奪っただけではなく、それに羅刹を与えるとは恥を知りなさい。
Yase village? Demon's arm? I had no idea what Sen was talking about. However, it seemed as though she was well informed of the subtext in father and Takeda's relationship.
お前がやっていることは鬼の一族に対する裏切りよ。相応の覚悟はできているんでしょうね。
何のことやら。私などのことにかかずらっておられるよりも、そちらの彼を手当てして差し上げた方が良いのでは。
Sen gasped, turning towards us. As father had pointed out, Iba's bleeding hadn't ceased and his skin turned completely pale. At this rate, it was obvious that he had only moments left to live. Kimigiko whispered in Sen's ear.
姫様、ここは私が食い止めます。早く二人を安全な場所へ。
おきく。
For a brief second, Sen's eyes were colored by what looked like anxiety. But immediately, she returned to her noble state.
わかったわ。できるだけ時間を稼いでちょうだい。そして、必ず帰ってきて。
Kimigiko answered with a confident smile.
承知しました、姫。
Sen then lent me her shoulder.
さあ、急ぎましょう。
I nodded back at Sen and I got up, lending Iba support with my shoulders. Just then,
死に損ないが、やすやすと逃がすと思うか。
Takeda sprinted with the speed of a fury in order to intercept us, but then
あなたの相手はこの私です。人の世の歴史には関わってはならぬというのが鬼の定めとはいえ、鬼の腕を手にしたあなたはもはや人とは呼べぬ存在。全力で勝負に臨ませていただきます。
この私に勝てるとでも思っているのか？身の程知らずめ。まあいい。古き時代の鬼が持っていた比類なき力、その身でしかと確かめるがいい。
With help from Sen and Kimigiku, we were able to flee from my father and Takeda. As we ran down the mountainous road, we'd arrived at the village. As soon as I took in the sights, however, an unmistakable rush of nostalgia came over me.
ここが私たちの一族が隠れ住んでいるヤセの里よ。
Oh. It had been my first time ever stepping foot here, but I couldn't shake the strangest feeling of déjà vu, like I'd been in this exact spot a long time ago. When I had first learned that I came from a demon family, I had my doubts, but the weird sensation of familiarity seemed to confirm my lineage to me in my heart at long last.
本来、人間をここに立ち入らせることはないんだけど、彼の怪我を考えるとやむを得ないわね。
心遣いに感謝します、おせんさん。
気にしないで。彼女の大切な人なら私にとっても大切な人だもの。少なくともここなら薩長軍が攻めてくることはないわ。ちょっと待っててね。部屋の支度をさせるから彼を休ませてあげましょう。
Thank you, son. Sen led us to an old, quaint wooden building in the back of the Yase village. Since we'd walked in, a feeling of serene grace warmed me with every step. With any hope, the positive aura of this village would do well to improve Iba. Or at least, this is what I hoped as I worked to replace his blood-soaked bandages. Just then...
そろそろ交代しましょう。昨夜から寝てらっしゃらない様子ですし。
I'm fine. I'm not sleepy at all.
伝えたいことがあるの。あなたの気持ちはわかるけど、ほんの四半時でいいわ。一緒に来てちょうだい。
The curtness of her request and demeanor read to me like Sen had something urgent to share. It was hard to leave Iba in his current state, even for a second, but... Okay, I'll be right there. Sen and Kimigiku saved our lives. It would have been unbecoming of me to do them any disrespect, so I did whatever she asked of me.
多分あなたにはもう察しがついてると思うけど、里の医師の見立てだと血を失いすぎてるそうよ。
Takeda's sword hadn't just left a flesh wound. Bones, arteries, and muscles were completely severed. If it were a simple matter of stitching up a deep gash, it would have been easier, but... even with Western medicine, there was nothing we could do to stop the bleeding. Then that means...
今のままだと、彼はこの先一生、刀を持つことはできないでしょうね。
Sen sighed, rubbing her forehead delicately as she shared the news. Then a rustle came from somewhere in the building. And then...
中へ戻ってください。お二人の話をあなたに聞かせるわけには。
As I rushed to turn around, there stood...
今の話は本当ですか？
Iba looked at Sen, his face pale and sweaty. For a second, Sen seemed like she was about to answer, but She realized quickly that anything she said would only hurt him, so she nodded quietly, knowing how much pain it would cause him.
ええ、その通りよ。
Hearing Sen's words, Iba's eyelids flickered. Then Iba shut his eyes tightly and crumpled down to his knees. Oh no. Iba, are you going to be okay? I rushed beside him, supporting his body as he looked close to collapsing.
話の続きは中でしましょう。彼がこの先を聞きたいと思ってくれるかはわからないけど。
Kimigiko and I helped Iba stand, and we returned inside.
すみません。僕としたことがお見苦しいところをお見せしました。
Iba's voice seemed to be a lot calmer compared to his initial reaction. His disappointment and shock were no small things to overcome. The manner in which his composure returned was impressive.
続きは明日にした方がいいかしら。聞きたくないって言うんなら無理に話そうとは思わないけど。
Iba looked Sen straight in the eye and responded.
僕は武士ですから。刀を振るって力の限り戦ってたとえ命を落とすことになろうとも後悔はしません。この左腕を失ったのも己の剣技の未熟さゆえ、そのことはよく分かっているつもりです。
His positive, earnest words brought some warmth to my worried heart. How was he able to hold his head high or keep himself from giving up? Like always, Iba was speaking from his heart with sincerity. I could see a lot of the Shinsengumi in him.
三男さんの判断を否定するつもりじゃありませんけど、僕は刀を握れなくなったからといって武士でなくなったとは思いません。左腕が使えなくなったとしてもまだ右腕があります。右腕がなくなっても足や口がある。僕はまだ戦えます。
Jesus. His spirit was unwavering, and the unrelentless politeness in his voice spoke volumes about him.
幕軍は今回の戦には負けましたけど、このまま薩長が天下を取るということにはならないでしょう。まだ戦う機会はある。だから僕は戦い続けなくてはならないんです。
Neither Sen, Kimikiko, or I could bring ourselves to interrupt him, listening to him speak. Honestly, what could any of us say?
ですが、あれは武田さんの腕は何だったのでしょうか。羅刹になった者はすぐに傷が癒えてしまうという話は僕も聞いていますが、ほぼ切断した腕も元通りになるのですか。それとも腕が生えたとでも。おせんさん、教えてください。
Sen gave a small sigh.
わかったわ。少し長い話になりそうだけど。
Just as she was about to oblige him, she turned like she'd heard something and looked at Kimigiku.
おきく、外の様子を見てきてくれる？
承知しました。
Kimigiku bowed briefly and she went outside. I wonder what it was. Had someone been eavesdropping? Without a beat, Sen turned back to Iba and continuing on.
伊庭さん、あなたが先ほど抱いた疑問はもっともだわ。あれはただの羅刹というわけではない。彼の異常な強さの源はあの右腕、鬼の腕よ。 あの武田という男は羅刹の力だけではなく鬼の力をも手に入れた。
There was regret in Sun's voice. So what's the deal with this demon's arm? And how in the world were my father or Takara able to obtain such a thing?
古い時代の鬼たちは今の私たちより強大な力を持っていたと言われているの。だけどある時、人間との争いの結果、とある一族の棟梁が両腕を失うことになった。もしあの腕が人の手に渡ったら災いが起きると言われていた。だから私たちの祖先はその腕をこのヤセの里で厳重に保管していたのよ。
Hearing about our ancestors in those demon clans, having it said aloud was a bizarre reality. However, the seriousness with which Sen spoke told me that this was no fairy tale or myth. After pausing for a moment to breathe, she turned to face me after grabbing my hand gently.
あなたには伝えてなかったけど、光道さんの行方は私たちの方でも探していたの。光道さんは西国で羅刹の実験を重ねた結果、生み出した新しい羅刹をとある藩に売り込んだらしいわ。そして先日、彼はこのヤセの里に入り込み、私たちの一族が厳重に保管していた鬼の腕を盗み出したのよ。私とキクはその腕を取り戻すために光道さんを追ってたんだけど。
My hand began to shake as it rested on in hers. Why had father done such a thing? The thought of him behaving so selfishly was shocking, even though I saw his deranged face. The fact alone that my father had been continuing his fear experiments meant lives were being lost. It pained me, and I welled with frustration, sadness, and an unshakable guilt. I couldn't look up.
大丈夫ですか？もし聞くのが辛いのなら僕だけで聞きましょうか。
I shook my head. If Iba, after losing his arm and being wounded, could be this strong, there was no way I could let my feelings get the better of me. No, I'm fine. Please continue. Sen nodded and she continued.
武田の右腕はこのヤセの里から盗み出された鬼の腕に間違いないわ。
Oh my god. Ew. There's a bug! Fucking bug is dead. Bug is dead. Bug is dead. Long dead. Okay. Ew.
本来なら切断した腕、しかも鬼の腕が人の体とつながるはずはないけど、落ち水を飲み羅刹になったことで生命力が増大したせいでしょうね。
Sun bit her lip tightly.
鬼の腕を盗み出すため光道さんはこの里の鬼たちを何人も殺していったわ。いくらあなたの父を名乗っていようともヤセの里の長として彼を許すことはできない。
Sen wasn't in the wrong for thinking this. Not only had my father time and time again caused problems for the Shinsengumi, but now he was committing crimes against his fellow people. My eyes were damp from the angry tears I was trying my best to restrain, but Iba, who up until this point had listened quietly, muttered aloud.
石湾でも戦うつもりでした。人間相手の戦ならば刀を銃に持ち帰れば戦えると。ですがあの武田さんには どうあがいても勝てません。力が欲しい。鬼の腕を持った武田さんと戦えるだけの力が。
Iba shut his eyes out of frustration. Then he glanced over at me.
君は落ち水をここへ持ってきているのでしたね。
My eyes grew wide. His mention of this could have only meant one thing at this point. But before I could stop him, Iba continued.
僕にあの薬をください。そうすれば少なくともあの時のような無様な負け方はしません。
I understood where Iba was coming from, but I can't do that. There was no way I could agree to this. I'd watched both Sanan-san and Hesuke suffer closely, but Iba wouldn't back down.
お願いします。あなたは彼らをあのままにしておいていいと思っているんですか？
I wasn't saying that, but...
だったら
Iba spoke up in frustration.
酷なことを言うようだけど、たとえ落ち水を飲んだとしても、その腕は元には戻らないわ。切断しかけているものを治癒するほどの力は羅刹にもないはずだもの。
Iba looked pained, and he hung his head low. However, Sen continued with a fierce determination, shining from her eyes.
だけど武田の腕がこの里から盗まれた鬼の腕ならば。
Before she finished, Sen pulled something out from before the two of us. My eyes grew wide and I gulped. If what Takeda had was the right arm, then what Sen was showing us was the left arm.
彼らができたのならば、あなたにもできるかもしれない。
Iba stared intently at the demon's arm. Sen! Considering her own responsibilities, it had only been natural that she would suggest this, but I still couldn't get myself to agree with it. To not only turn Iba into a fury, but to top it off, infuse into him the power of demons.
ごめんなさい。私もこんな方法は取りたくないけど。武田を倒して光道さんの野望をくじくにはこれが最善の方法だと思うの。恨んでくれて構わないわ。それに決断するのはあくまでも伊庭さん本人よ。
There was no way I could be angry at Sen. In fact, the reason why Sen was in this position at all to begin with was because of what my own father had done. Sen looked back at Iba once more.
私は羅刹を認めていないわ。本来ならこんな策を取ろうとは思わない。以前あなたに彼女を守る覚悟があるかどうかを聞いたこと覚えてるわよね。もう一度聞くわ。この腕は彼女を守る強大な力と大きな呪いをもたらす。そしてこの腕を取る決断をしたが最後、あなたは人の世界の歴史に関わってはいけない存在となる。
Iba's eyes fluttered. He would be giving up his humanity. That meant he could no longer fight alongside the Shinsengumi, which for him was nearly unthinkable considering his longtime friends were a crucial part of himself. Even then,
それでも覚悟があるのなら、あなたに人としての生を捨ててもいい覚悟があるのなら、この力を持っていきなさい。判断はあなたに任せます。
For a while, Iba stared back at the demon's arm, eventually closing his eyes and muttering to himself.
先ほどは片腕だけでも 足だけになっても戦えると言いましたが、力がなくては大切な人を守りきることなどできません。彼らのような者が薩長軍に関わるのであれば、どのみち幕軍が滅ぼされるのは必定でしょう。ならば迷うべきではない。
After Iba said this, he turned to face me once again.
僕に落ち水をください。たとえ人ではなくなったとしても、大切な人を守れない方が辛いんです。
What could I say? Okay. So this is the only way, huh? It must have been an obvious question to Iba, but it still felt so wrong to me. Iba silently nodded. His clear eyes showed glowing resolutely. Seeing his expression in this moment reminded me of the moment that Sanan-san had decided to drink the water of life. Sanan-san had mentioned that losing one's arms was essentially death to any swordsman. I suppose Iba had felt the same, both of them deeply committed to their duties as warriors. To feel cornered, suffocating under the possibility of having no other real solution, and choosing this. And I thought to myself that because I understood where Iba had been coming from, I couldn't bring myself to stop him. Honestly, I want nothing less than for you to become a fury. My throat squeezed as the words left my mouth, but Iba smiled despite my insistence. And with that, we're gonna see how this ends tomorrow. I did not remember this chapter being that long, especially considering with the guide you only see 3 options. But that's it. We're done for today. That's 4 hours. I'm so glad we got through most of this. So, in like 2 hours is going to be art stream. I need to eat some food. But we'll be doing that. And then tomorrow, again at 3 p.m. EST, we will be coming back to this with Iba's route. And then continuing on to Edo Blossoms because the story continues there. I will see you guys next time. Or like 2 hours from now. Yeah, 2 hours from now. Bye!